Hello everyone, I am Insane Lane and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Or somehow against my better judgment, I have said we are going to do our level best to get to the end of the book this week. That's about 65 pages, so expect me to read very fast, at least at the beginning. I figure we can rush at the beginning and then enjoy ourselves towards the end, because I'm sure the ending's going to be the biggest pile of garbage ever. There's pretty much, the way I see it, there are four options to how, like, there's going to be another fake cliffhanger. Somebody's going to maybe be dead. You've got four options. It's Lara again, which would be very lazy. It's Massimo, which would make the most sense, but he also had a near-death experience, two of them actually, in the first book, so not sure about that. Or you have Dominic or Olga, or some combination thereof, of those people being either shot or abducted or fate unknown kind of thing. It's gonna be lazy, whatever it is. So last week we had Dominic turning into the Hulk and destroying the manor and chasing Olga, trying to kill her, while everybody watched and nobody cared and nobody tried to stop him, until Olga tried to escape the manor and got into the car that Massimo wanted to use, which made Dominic apparently jump on the hood and punch out the window. That's when Massimo got mad because his car was injured, and he intervened and tied his brother to a chair in the basement until he calmed down. Which eventually he did, and he and Olga are now engaged, because that's how that works in these books. We also had Christmas, where suddenly her family and all her friends are there, and just, don't ask too many questions, Mom, and everything's great. And he got everyone super lavish presents, including like a boat and I think a telescope or something, or I don't know. There was way too much gifts. But you know what I realized? Because he also bought Laura this very ugly jumpsuit from Chanel that we looked up, and it cost like $9 grand. It's ugly as fuck. And what I realized is she hugged the jumpsuit. The only other thing she has hugged in the entire series so far has been 2 pairs of Givenchy boots. The only time we genuinely see her happy and hugging things is when it's clothes and boots. She has never hugged her husband or been really happy to see him. Like, I get she's being written as a very shallow, materialistic, vapid, stupid bitch. I get that. But it's so heavy-handed. So, yeah, not sure how it's gonna launch into the third book, but it will somehow. It'll get there. Oh, she did tell him that she is apparently having a boy. That was her Christmas gift to him, is, honey, I'm having a boy. Because they've been arguing back and forth about that, kinda. Though it's a little early to know that for sure. But we'll see. Heed the warnings, because I have a feeling we're not getting out of this without at least 2 or 3 more sex scenes. They seem to pile on at the end. So we may have that. I still predict at some point in either this book or the next one, there will be like a threesome or a foursome going on. I fully still expect that to happen. Bo is resting up so he can interrupt us later. He's been a pretty good boy this week. Alright, since we can't dilly-dally tonight, we got a lot to do. All rise for our national anthem, please. Where's the volume? There it is.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
There we are. Oh, as soon as my camera decides to focus. Is there just stuff on it? There might be stuff. Okay, I think that's better. Oh, it has been such a rainy week. It has rained every day this week. And we've had temperatures in the 20s. We've also had ice on my balcony. So, really screwed up weather-wise week, man. Pouring rain, ice, then high temperatures. So, ugh. All around. Puppy is sleeping in protest. Because he's a puppy. First things first, let's introduce our pantheon of ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with Tubies, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Jeeves, Alan Tudyk, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lip Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, and Cleopatra. There's our current pantheon of ducks. If you would like to add to our pantheon of ducks, you can do that by sponsoring one of these random bag o' ducks. These ones that have yet to be chosen, yet to ascend, they are waiting their turn. They are $10 each, and the PayPal link is at the top of the chat. So I will draw one at random, and you get to name it, or if you don't want to, I will. Naming ducks is fun. Or if you would like something a little more specific, we do have our wonderful painted ducks. Also, still very much taking suggestions for the painted ducks. There's a lot of ducks left to paint. If there's something you want to see, put it in the chat, put it in the Discord, leave it in the comments. I will do my best to make a duck make a duck into whatever you have suggested. But for now, we have A Christmas Story, Teenage Ninja Turtles, Evil Knievel, Yoshi, Turducken, and a rooster. So if you'd like to sponsor Painted Duck, please specify which one in the message. If you're feeling more generous, for $25, we have these very real handcuffs. complete with key in the pouch and key on a string around my monitor because we practice safety here. And I will put these on for half of the evening. These are my personal favorite, and it's been too long since I had them on. It's very sad. And it's Easter. So there's my Easter wish. I would like these. And for the extremely generous sum of $50, oops, knocked over a duck. We still have our unopened bag of chips. These are still here, and they've been taunting me all week. Okay, the chips have been taunting me. They've been talking to me and whispering to me and trying to get me to open them. But they are not open because the chips aren't for sponsoring. So next week we are going to have Skittles because Skittles won the vote. So we will have Skittles drink mix. Assuming it actually gets here on time. I didn't order it like today because it's an Easter weekend. It's not going to move anyway. So I will order it on Tuesday. It definitely should get here in time for book club next week. I don't see any reason that it wouldn't. But, you know, things happen. So Skittles drink mix should be here next week. But for now, we still have all dressed chips. The second best chips in chips. First is ketchup, but only if they're Lay's. Oh, so that said, we got a lot of book to get through tonight because I lost my mind and said that we would finish it tonight, so we're going to try very hard to do that. Oh. So, I think for the third time in a row, we're actually starting at the beginning of a chapter, which is so weird. With these books, at least. Don't worry, I have our lists. This is our last chance with this book. We start new lists with the new book. It's the rules. So this is the last chance to break the record. I'm being told I'm bossy because I told everyone to get in here already. All pets welcome. Yeah, and just so everyone knows, Baby Girl has definitely won the Burnables tally here. So it's a race for second. There's a few competitors: Darling Girl, Honey, and Givenchy seem to be the 3 second place contenders. So those are the ones that could still move. Yeah, mine's pretty up there too. Mine's at a 6. Ooh, Darling Girl's at a 9. Givenchy is an 8. But yeah, Baby Doll, Baby Girl, or Baby Doll, and it's all been Baby Girl. Yes, I'm happy now. I hope Sasha's with you. Oh, and also my love to Ozzy, Izzy, and Persephone. Ugh, my brain is not on today. So we have 5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20. Then we have 25, 32. Baby Girl's at a 32. The next highest one is at a 9. So, yeah. I'm saying Baby Girl has won the Burnable tally. All right. So we got chapter 17. It was around 3 p.m. when 3 hairdressers and a whole team of stylists arrived at the mansion. Dad and Massimo both sighed with relief, disappearing for a nap, while Mom and Olga and I allowed the coifferos to do their magic. Okay, coiffeur refers to a hairstylist not a person, you fucking idiot. Mom told me what the man in black had said to her during breakfast. What did he say to her mom? Was it bad? By the way, we're never gonna have any resolution of like the fight that she was having with her mom being insane for whatever reason. That's just gone now. It turned out he had informed her that there were dozens of dresses bought for her this specific occasion, waiting in her private dressing room. Oh yeah, because she was saying like I have nothing to wear. They're going to some kind of fancy party or something. I forget what they're going to, but it's a thing. And apparently, yeah, he bought dozens of dresses for the mom, like because he thinks of everything, and no guy is thinking of this ever. Either my man had lied to me or his power was really limitless. I almost just said that. I almost said like he's like magic. He knows everything. Was he able to predict the future now? You could definitely get her to believe that. She is very much that stupid. We were supposed to sail on the Titan, but then that ball popped up at the last minute, and still Massimo had managed to prepare everything for that occasion. Yeah, he's a fairy godmother part-time. Weird. The longer I thought about it, the more logical it seemed that the trip had always been a ruse only designed to calm me down last night. I didn't want to stay angry with my husband, as there was a party waiting for us, and I was about to play the trophy wife again. I forced myself to settle down. Ah, I could never play the trophy wife and shoot my mouth off in under 3 minutes. You do not treat me like that ever. Do not understand. Like, and the thing obviously is supposed to be that like she is so shallow and materialistic that she's willing to accept the way he treats her, especially in public, where he treats her literally worse than a dog. She's expected to literally obey his every command in front of the other mob bosses, never speak in front of another man, don't have ideas, don't try to contribute, just sit there and let them see that I control my woman. Like, ugh. I hope my parents are less easily impressed by the guy who stalks, kidnaps, and forces me into marriage. Yeah. Oh, also, didn't we have a thing where Olga basically said that Dominic bought her from her father, and she wasn't joking. She was being serious. Yeah, she said that. Yeah, Dominic basically he bought her from her father, so that's why they're getting married. Also, her being this easily swayed by his mom means her parents failed her horribly. It's her mom. Um, we haven't. Yeah, his dad is dead. We haven't heard his mother actually mentioned at all. Swayed by him. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. No, I always thought the mom was a horrible person. She just always struck me that way. But yeah, I think Laura gets a lot of her materialism and shallowness from the mom because she seems like the exact same type. You know. But that's all the parents in this. Like Olga's parents sold her. Laura's parents are not asking questions because there's yeah, how? I don't know. Like, what did he say? I wish we knew. What did he say to get all her family there and Olga to come back after she left after Dominic tried to kill her? Like, yeah, no, it's his level of like magic is way too high and it's annoying. Oh, also annoying is she refuses to believe the guy that almost killed her. Well, granted, he didn't make a move because he found out she was pregnant, but the guy that she's been told by someone who would definitely know is an assassin that was there to kill her. She refuses to believe this because he just seemed like such a nice man. She said about the person she thought was weird and high on drugs. I found Massimo in our dressing room fighting with his bow tie. Why is it the men in these can never tie a tie? I halted in the doorway dressed only in my bathrobe and watched him for a while. He was wearing gray pants and a white shirt. His hair was slicked back. Now he looked like a real Sicilian. What's with the stereotyping and racism in these books? That isn't racist, but it's stereotyping, and there have been a few. She has said some racist things. He finished with the bow tie and turned to look at me. His piercing gaze observed my reflection in the mirror, and he softly bit his lip. I swear to God, if they're gonna fuck already. With a quick whip of his arm, he snatched a blazer and threw it on. Then he straightened his sleeves, all while fixing me with an intense stare. I picked a dress for you, he announced. Hey, ladies, are you letting your man tell you what to wear ever to anything? I inhaled his overpowering scent. Overpowering is a bad thing. And felt my head swim. Yeah, there you go, because he's got a toxic cloud of Axe on. I couldn't stop thinking about all the ways in which I could manipulate him into staying with me here instead of going to the ball. Why are we passing on a ball? I want to go out. Can't I go like this? I asked, throwing off the bathrobe. Massimo's jaws clenched and his pupils widened when he saw I was wearing his favorite red lace underwear. When did we establish this was his favorite? I have a proposal for you. I reached out and unbuttoned his blazer. You'll lay me down on the counter by the sink and lick me. I pulled the jacket off his shoulders and tossed it over the hanger, watching as his lips parted. And when I come, wrong spelling. When I come, you'll turn me around and watching my reflection in the mirror, put your cock in my. I reached for his belt, but he grabbed my wrist and stopped me. Where? He asked sharply. Where will I put it? Like he cares what she says. My ass, I breathed, licking his chin and lip, slipping my tongue into his mouth. He growled and took me in his arms, kissing me deeply. I felt his fingers enter me, rubbing the wetness all over my clit. So he's just right at it. I can't. The words were like a punch to the gut. He pulled away, passed me on his way out, and slapped me on the butt. Okay, no fair starting with the fingering if you are not going to finish what you started. This is worthy of revenge later on. He won't need that underwear. Get dressed. We have 30 minutes. He licked the fingers he had pushed inside me just a moment before. I knew what he was doing. This wasn't the first time he'd tried it. It was cruel. I balled my fists and shook with anger. She really is a toddler. Like, she just goes full toddler mode when she doesn't get her way. She just throws the spoiled princess hissy fit. Like, silently cursing him before I took a deep breath and walked over to the fabric dress cover he had prepared for me. We both know she's not wearing the dress. I unzipped it and discovered a breathtaking gown inside. A Polish brand. Lam- I swear it says La Mania. Lamania. Don't know them. La Mania. It was bright, off-white with silver embroidery. Airy as if made of spider webs. Delicate and very, very sexy. It was rather revealing, especially on the sides and the back, and fastened over the neck. In places, the dress was nearly fully translucent, while in others it covered the skin with silvery floral motifs. A classic fit and flare, it stole my heart as soon as I saw it in its full glory. See, again, this is the third time now. The only time she talks about her heart or loving anything or hugging anything is when it's clothes. What has she hugged? She hugged the ugly ass Chanel jumpsuit he gave her for Christmas. She's hugged 2 pairs of Givenchy boots, and now she's all warm and gooey over this dress. She's never looked at her husband that way. She's never hugged him. She's never, like, had a genuinely happy, I fall in love with it moment. She said she loved him, but we didn't see it. She didn't feel it. Like, and not the last nice man she met up with in the ICU because she spoke to him and Massimo beat the shit out of him. Something like that. Yeah, that's happened a couple times because he really doesn't like men like talking to her or existing on planet Earth with her. Oh yeah, she's a very toxic person. And did he like rip the red lace on? Did he rip it off her or something? I think he did. I don't know. But never was it established that those were like his favorites. Hi, Nightwolf. Good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. I see the chips are still taunting me. They're right there because I said I wouldn't open them until somebody sponsored them, so they've been taunting me all week. Also, I had to keep them away from Bo because he definitely knows how to rip open and eat some chips. He is absolutely shameless when it comes to food. Next week we will be back to Drinks to Chug because the vote is in, and for anyone who doesn't know, the Skittles won. By one vote, but Skittles won. So they should get here in time for next week. I've had exactly one Skittle in my life, and all I remember is that I didn't like the texture, and so I spit it out in the back of the car, and nobody noticed. My cousin likes Skittles. She was the gummy sour person. I was the chocolate like crunchy person. Which made us work really, really well on Halloween because we both didn't like what the other person liked, so trading candy was great. Now I knew what Massimo had meant, saying that I wouldn't need underwear. I couldn't wear a bra with that dress, and my G-string would have to be skin-colored and really scant. I'm sorry, are there versions of a G-string that aren't? Like, I don't even understand what the fuck the point of wearing a G-string or a thong is. I really don't. They just seem horribly uncomfortable and useless. Like, in a practical sense, they are useless. And don't give me the, well, it's not really naked if you have a, like, 2-inch square of fabric over your clit and a string up your ass. You're still naked. As I took the dress off the hanger, I discovered another cover which housed a silvery gray cloak. Tom Ford had introduced that trend in his 2012 collection, but I hadn't even dreamed of wearing something as gorgeous back then. So she's been dreaming of wearing a basic cloak for 10 years. The cars are waiting. Is this a masquerade ball? Please tell me it's not a fucking masquerade ball like 50 Shades. Like, you couldn't have just changed that one thing if it is. The cars are waiting, Massimo said, entering the dining room 20 minutes later. My queen, he breathed, eyes widening at the sight of me dressed in that incredible ensemble. Is this supposed to be fashion porn? He took my hand and kissed it, watching me with visible delight. I did look ravishing. The short bob on my head, which the hairdresser had freshened up, was perfectly shaped. The smoky gray makeup perfectly complemented the darker elements of my attire, and the short tips of my Manolo Blahnik heels topped off the entire raiment. Raiment. Here's a word I've never seen or heard before. Raiment. Is this a typo or an actual word? I grabbed the minuscule Valentino clutch bag and turned to face my husband. Shall we? I asked haughtily. Does she ever speak any other way? By the way, in the next book I'm just gonna have a name drop for like fashion designers category. Every time we hear Valentino, Manolo Blahnik, or was it Tom Ford and whatever else and Givenchy and all the rest or Chanel, we're gonna You're gonna ding it every time there is mention of some ritzy fashion brand, including shoes and like accessories and stuff. He grinned, presenting his perfect white teeth. Silently, he took my hand and led me towards the stairs. How long will the drive take? I asked as we walked to the exit. We're going to the airport first. The flight itself will only take 15 minutes. He didn't inform the person who's afraid of flying that this involves flying. He's such an asshole. The sound of the word flight made me tighten the grip on his hand. It was a reflex. His thumb stroked the top of my palm, and somehow I was sure he'd be able to distract me in the private jet. Even one filled with my family! God, they're gonna fuck with her family like 2 feet away. This is disgusting. I found the rest of the crew by the main door. They were happy and a little tipsy. Everyone looked amazing. The men in their tuxedos looked like movie stars. But it was Olga who drew my attention the most. It might have been the first time she hadn't dressed in her signature style, which we know to be whore. Or maybe Dominic had picked her outfit. Yes. She was wearing a long, black, tight fitting bandeau dress that served to emphasize her curves. Her shoulders were wrapped in a fur bolero. Yeah, a bandeau dress is just an off the shoulder dress. And that still sounds like she looks like a whore. Here you are, Mom said coolly. I spun to take a look at her. My jaw dropped. I was speechless. There she was, my mom, wearing a one shoulder nude dress. I stared at her in shock. But it was my husband who had bought that dress for her. I sent him a slightly reproachful look, but he only shrugged and smiled, showing everyone to their cars. What the actual fuck? Is she the hottest woman to ever exist or something? If she's just super hot, I don't get what she brings to the relationship other than being pliable. She's honestly, by this description, yes, she is good looking, but she is, and they're in Italy, by the way. Like, in Italy, she's like I'd say she's a 7 or an 8, but she has a horrible personality. She's mean, she's spiteful, she's immature as fuck, she throws temper tantrums. Like, yeah, he kidnapped her because he had visions of her after nearly dying from being shot. Like, is she good looking? Yes. Is she like the hottest woman ever? No, she's not on that next level. She's like a 7 or an 8, like an 8 with the right clothes. Oh yeah, she's beyond fucking shallow. Like she has to look up to see shallow. They're returning to Poland tomorrow. I chuckled and grabbed her hand. Believe me, I'm pretty fed up with the constant tension and fear that something will happen and they'll find out who Massimo really is. Yeah, imagine having to hide what your husband does for a living and the danger you're constantly in from your family your whole life. Oh, right. Forgot to ask you, she said, lowering her voice. What's with the increased security around the house? Dominic wouldn't tell me. That. It's. I began, but the man in black appeared out of the blue and put a hand on my shoulder. Ready? He asked, looking at the throng of paparazzi crowded in the main entrance. What the fuck? Is there paparazzi at their house? Oh, I missed a bit of a paragraph because I wasn't at the bottom of the page. When your parents are around, I feel like we're in high school again, Olga said quietly as we stepped out of the limo by the historical hotel in Palermo. Okay, so they did change locations. There's paparazzi at the thing. I have to be all prim and proper and never fucking swear. God damn it, everyone in the world understands when I swear in English. Yeah, you know when I gave up not cursing around my family? When I started cursing. Yeah, mafia families don't generally walk the red carpet in front of paparazzi. It kind of defeats the purpose. And yet, this is the third time that he is doing this. And when he killed another mob boss, it was on the local news that local mob boss was killed today. The news doesn't. That is not on the fucking news. I'd never be ready for something like this. I'd never feel comfortable with this much attention. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. She is in her element right now. This would make her horny AF another level because this is exactly the kind of attention she wants. I tightened my hand on Massimo's arm and he covered my palm with his as the crowd started calling out. Reporters and photographers pushed through trying to get to the very front and snap the best possible photos of four random people who are not fucking famous. Are you why is any of this? Why is the press even here? Massimo stood still, exuding an aura of calm indifference, and I tried desperately not to blink in the flashing lights of the camera. Signora Torricelli, they were shouting. I raised my head high and flashed them my most generous, glamorous smile. A while later, Don Torricelli nodded and we entered the building. You're getting good at this, he said, kissing my hand and leading me through the main hall. By the way, you're both blind from the flashes. You're a little late, Deacon, that's okay. You didn't miss much. Uh, it's still Christmas and her family is there and they're all dressed up all fancy going to some kind of ball that the press has been staking out for some reason. We're looking at these dresses. Let's see. Yep. Those are some fucking hoochie ass whore dresses as predicted. Yeah, these are hooker dresses. Like that silver one is pretty much what she wore in the first movie to go to the wedding that the author cameoed in. But these are just expensive hooker clothes. And they're quite bad as well. Like this is what the lower end hookers dress as when they're trying to become higher end hookers, but they don't know anything about like class or actual style yet. This is what they buy. But yeah, look, go to the Discord to the book club tab and look at these dresses. Oh my god, they're bad. Like, do I even want to know how expensive this like freaking oh my god tasteless nightmare is? Because I bet they're pricey. I swear, incels use ChatGPT to write these. Yeah, about 600 euros. So it's like probably $1,000. So they're not prohibitive, but they're up there. Yeah, that's what the corner girls are buying when they're trying to move into the hotels. We took our seats at a table, and I was glad to discover we didn't have to sit with strangers this time. My smile faltered as I remembered we would soon be joined by the dour goons from the security team. I surveyed the monumental ballroom. It was cavernous, with the ceiling at least 3 levels above me. It was richly decorated, carved in fantastic shapes. The massive columns supporting the roof were joined with Byzantine arches. They were stunningly beautiful. Candles were glowing from all around me, and the room itself was lined with large Christmas trees. The tableware was pure silver, and the buffets, of which there were at least a dozen, various delicacies. Waiters in white tuxedos were serving antipasti, and I couldn't help but wonder how I had become part of this world. My mother didn't seem to be worried at all. She acted naturally without a hint of discomfort, focusing the attention of most of the men in our part of the ballroom. Also, what is with these books with the MILFness? Why does this always happen? Because that was in the which one? Uh like not so much with Gray's mom, but we hardly see her. But in the other one, the Mister, those ones, he kept going on about how his mom was like a uh she was like a model or something back in the day, and she was still like incredibly hot even though she was like 50, like something like that. Wow, I was pretty close when I said 1,000. That was a guess. You're lurking. The Mister, Mister. The second one where the Cinderella bullshit where he married the cleaning girl who barely spoke English and was petrified of him. Yeah, when you were kidnapped. No, she's dumb. She's really dumb. We know this. All the raid has all my sinuses going fucking crazy. Ugh. Plus the fact that Wednesday it was 21 degrees and overnight it plunged into the minuses, poured with freezing rain and iced up the roads. And then it continued to pour freezing rain and have heavy fog the entire next day. Freaking insane. Dad sat straight, beaming with pride, completely unfazed that Mom had been asked to dance at least 5 times since we had arrived. What the fuck? What is this party? I leaned over to Massimo, gently stroking his thigh. Does she not even know what kind of party this is? Like, not that that should surprise me. He doesn't tell her anything. A charity ball, he replied, and stopped teasing me. He moved he moved my hand to his crotch. He had an erection. When doesn't he? And what is she doing to tease him? She's literally just sitting there. I'm not wearing any underwear, I whispered, adopting my most innocent smile as I noticed Mom was watching us. Massimo's hand tightened around mine, crushing it, and his black eyes drilled holes in me. You're lying, he cleared his throat, raising his glass and nodding at Clara. Why don't you check for yourself? Slide your hand down my back. I raised my eyebrows and widened my smile. My husband's hand touched the skin of my back and moved down. It slid beneath the fabric of my dress and froze. Okay, he literally told her that she wouldn't be wearing underwear tonight because he knew the dress wouldn't allow for it. And now he's going to be surprised that she is, in fact, not wearing underwear. Back home, I had put on underwear only to discover it was too visible beneath the translucent dress. So I decided to skip it altogether. Also, he fucking told you that you couldn't wear underwear under the dress. Tontoricelli tensed. Like, why does she? Why? How? What is the rationale in her fucking skull when she decides what to call him between Massimo, Don Torricelli, the man in black? How does she decide which one he gets called in a particular moment? Because there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it that I can tell. Delicately caressing the spot where my back ended, he inhaled deeply and put both hands on the table. Point for me, I thought. Also, what is with the constant antagonizing each other? Like, it's not cute. Yes, he told her she couldn't wear underwear in the dress. That is true. Black chicken, no water soup. Okay. Yeah, everyone. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the male character, every woman has to melt the suit as soon as they see the. Excuse me. Routinely forget she named her characters. This is true. This is true. Like I'm writing a story where one of the characters changes her name several times throughout it. Like, this is why you take notes. I dropped my hand pretending to fiddle with my shoe and slid it under my dress. My fingers found my wet pussy. Do not do this in public. And for a short and playing with it for a short while until I was sure they were covered in its juices. She's literally masturbating at a table in a public ballroom in front of her husband. Not even if I was completely wasted. I rubbed my fingers together and then offered my hand to Massimo, leaning to his ear. Kiss me and taste it. I bit his earlobe. This is disgusting on so many levels. He did as I commanded, softly brushing his lips against the wet spot on my hand. His pupils dilated and his breathing quickened as he felt the scent and tasted it. Hugh dot 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 do not dot 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 refuse me. I hissed, emphasizing each word and withdrawing my hand. Since when? Like, I hate this like sex power dynamic thing they have going on. It's so wrong. Like, these are just two people abusing each other. Like, they have no relationship at all. The man in black was burning with lust by then, but he took a quick glance at my parents, sipped his wine, and leaned back in his chair. His torso gradually stopped heaving, and he closed his mouth, stretching his lips into a semblance of a smile. I was impressed by his self-control and discipline, which he somehow has. Like, I was expecting him to throw her over his shoulder and find like the bathroom or something. I'm sure this will happen in short order. The only sign that he was struggling internally was his rock-hard cock bulging in his pants. Those Louis Vuitton stilettos are going to be the death of me. No! 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 Book is in my head! No! Fuck! No! Fuck! Guys in the chat can back me on this. I was looking at shoes last night for my story because I needed a particular pair of shoes. What are fucking shoes? Louis Vuitton stilettos! I sent the picture to a couple of the guys to ask if it was sexy. Oh my. Like, of all the shoe brands she could have fucking chose! And I had to be looking at those literally, like, still today because it was like 5 in the morning. Oh, it's gonna be a long night, and I need chips. To spit all over my lips. All right, I'm dropping the pictures in the Discord. Oh my god. That's just not allowed. Yeah, she's doing that in front of her parents. Honestly, yeah. Like, I think the man in black was a placeholder and she forgot to come back and you could be right. You could entirely be right about that. Enjoying my day, and here comes this man's peeing like a Tesla. Well, we know he has no self-control except for exactly right now. Again, I'm betting it lasts like halfway through the next page. Those Louis Vuitton stilettos are going to be the death of me, Olga said, plopping down in her chair 3 hours later. Dominic can't dance. I'm not good at it either, but he still keeps dragging me back to the day where I don't believe Dominic can't dance. I'm pretty sure it's just her. It's not Dancing with the Stars, for fuck's sakes. I sent her a commiserating look, knowing how she felt. I'd been exhausted by Dominic's love for dancing after 2 songs at the Venice Film Festival. So yeah, so he's a good dancer. She's terrible. I glanced at Massimo, who was deep in conversation with Cuba. At least he was a great dancer. For the entire evening, my husband didn't leave my side. That would be he didn't let you leave his side, darling. Whether it was my parents or my lack of underwear, he was glued to me the whole time. No, that's called control and possession. It was around 1 when mom and dad excused themselves and one of our men escorted them to their room. An elderly man joined us at our table. Okay, I know it might seem weird for a thing to be going till 1 a.m. This is Italy. I've been to Italian events. They can last days. Okay, I was at an Italian wedding that lasted for 5 days, and that was the short one they were having in Canada because a month later, after their first honeymoon, they were getting married again in Italy. That was going to be a whole 3 week wedding vacation extravaganza. Fun fact, where I had my first sip of either wine or champagne, I can't remember. I think it was wine. Because kids are expected, kids drink in Italy, not a lot, but you drink. And had been told by my mother not to. I was 5. And so when my aunt handed me a glass of wine, I was like, "I can't drink that." And she's like, "Just dip your tongue in it." So I remember doing it and then going like, "What? This tastes disgusting." And then I faked it the rest of the time because it's considered rude if you don't. Plus, there's like superstition around it with like wedding toast you have to drink or it like doesn't count or something. I don't know. I fell asleep on a chair at like 3 in the morning. There were these really embarrassing pictures of me dancing with the ring bearer because we were both like the same age and they made us because you know that when adults do that and go, "Oh, they're so cute." And we were both like looking at the adults like, "Okay, can we stop now?" Because, I'm 5 and he's 5 and you're making us touch each other and, cooties are a thing. He greeted everyone politely, including my brother, and the men started talking. Back to square one, I muttered, glancing at Olga, who was still rubbing her feet. What did you expect? She shrugged. Go to bed. It sounded like the best option, so I turned to Massimo and asked him if we could go now. How about just saying, honey, it's late, we're tired, we're going to bed now, you know, come up when you're done. He only glared at me, annoyed, and returned to his conversation. Oh, oh, it's going to be like that. Okay. Yeah, now I'm taking the sheets off your side of the bed and leaving a sign that says sleep on the couch. We're going, I said, getting up. Yeah, you should have done that first. The man in black nodded absently at 2 guards who were waiting by the wall. They came over, taking positions behind me. I shook my head and grimaced before leaving. So, yeah, he doesn't care that you're leaving. He cares that you interrupted him. The 2 goons knew the way better than I did and soon overtook me. I followed a moment later. A moment later, I realized something. I had left my phone in Massimo's jacket. My couch was too small for it. How big is your phone? Like, this isn't like 2022. Phones are pretty tiny. I'm just going to grab my phone. I parked at the bodyguards who halted and turned around. One of the men launched himself after me, but I waved him away. I'll just be a minute. Somebody's going to try to grab her or something. This is going to be a bad idea. Back in the ballroom, I discovered that our table was already empty. I hovered by my chair for a while, scanning my surroundings until I noticed the waiter who had been serving our little group. I asked him if he knew where the men had gone, and he pointed me to a door on the opposite end of the hall. I thanked him and went there. Okay. People in the chat, what is she about to walk in on? The men have retreated to a private room. Like, it's gonna be hookers and coke. Also, are they like staying in this hotel for the night and not going home? Like, apparently so. What do we think she's gonna walk in? She's about to walk in on Massimo doing something to which she's not gonna approve. Is he gonna be getting blown by a hooker? Because we know he's got some like pent up sexual frustration at the moment. And they never actually had a conversation about whether it was an open marriage or, sometimes as a mob boss, you have to let a hooker blow you to show that you're a man in front of the other mafiosos. A group of men were sitting inside by a table. The ones I was looking for were among them. But is your husband? Shit, I groaned, seeing Massimo bending over the table and snorting a long line of white powder. I was gonna say she's gonna walk in on him doing coke, but they had an agreement about the coke. Apparently that doesn't hold. Ooh, chicken cordon bleu. Yeah, I know. I know. Like, why would you go after them? You know this is a bad idea. You've been told not to do this. He will bring your phone. You don't need it right now. Who are you going to call? Everyone you know is there. Like, this is just an incredibly stupid reason for her to go. Snorting a long line of white powder, he rose, calmly placed the rolled up bill on the tabletop, and sent me a cold stare. The others turned their heads too. Are you lost, baby girl? We get the whole line, the whole most cringe line ever. Because this is him telling her, you shouldn't be here. This is men's business. This is mob business. You know you're not supposed to do this. And she does know. And again, she doesn't need her fucking phone. But we get the whole line. Are you lost, baby girl? That's our first burnable of the evening. I gotta read the back of the page first. Yeah, who are you gonna call? The only answer is Ghostbusters. This is true. This is true. It's the only possible answer. You know what? I'm gonna put Ghostbusters on the movie list. Only the first one, not the second one. And don't even mention the gender swap one for me. It doesn't qualify. Well, it barely qualifies as a movie. I have one movie that qualifies as a movie less than that on my mental list. But it's on my list of movies that really shouldn't have been released. Are you lost, baby girl? He hissed through clenched teeth. I felt nauseous. Because again, you think that he has betrayed you, which this time he actually has. Last time it wasn't him, so he didn't. But this time, yes. He's breaking his word to her. But, she's going to have a full on meltdown. Is she going to run away again? Is that the end of the book? She runs away again. We still got like 50 pages, so I don't think so. Accompanied by bursts of laughter, I approached him, sticking out my hand. So they're all laughing at her because she's mad that he's doing coke. My phone, I barked. Massimo reached for his pocket and passed me the smartphone. Fuck you, Don Massimo, I spat, taking the device. The room went completely quiet. The men around the table were staring at the man in black expectantly. Yeah, because they're expecting him to beat the shit out of her. She just disrespected him in front of other mafiosos. You can't do that. So if he wants to maintain respect, he has got to punish her and put her in her place in front of them. Yeah, seriously. I don't know. I would not be okay being called that. There would immediately be worse. I have some nicknames I'm okay with, but baby girl would not be one of them. I will say this, the only acceptable use of baby girl is by Derek Morgan talking to Miss Penelope Garcia and calling her baby girl. That is okay. Morgan and Penelope have the thing, and him calling her that is okay. Morgan gets to say it. He's the only one, and only to Penelope, nobody else. Out, he growled, pointing at the door. One of the security guards opened it for me. I glared at Massimo hatefully for a short while, clamping my jaw to keep from breaking down in tears. I spun on my heel, raised my head hoitily, So that's the word of this section. We're gonna get hoidily a lot, I bet you. Like she gets stuck on a word, uses it for a couple chapters, and then like forgets. And stormed out of the room, hearing Don Torricelli say something in Italian, eliciting another fit of laughter. He probably said, "Women, eh." I was fuming. He had to play macho with the other mobsters around, but why the hell did he have to take the drugs? Same fucking reason, you dumb bitch. I ran across the ballroom, stifling a snob, and headed to the place where I had left Olga. At some point, I must have taken a wrong turn. God damn it, I swore, stamping my feet like an angry child. Yep, just drop the veneer. Sense of direction had never been my forte, but when I got mad, it usually reached whole new lows. I turned around, intending to go back. When I felt the sweetish taste in my mouth. Wait, that's the end of the chapter. What? When I felt a sweet like candy sweet, Swedish taste in my mouth. She hasn't eaten or drank anything. If we're supposed to know what that means, book is not informed. And do we bet? Because here's my caveat from knowing the movie Lord of War. Do we think that at some point Massimo, truthfully or not, tells her that what he was actually snorting was like vitamin B powder or something that looks like Coke, because he's carrying a baggie of like not Coke that looks like Coke, so he can look like he's snorting Coke in front of the other mob bosses, but really he's not because he promised her he wouldn't? Do we think this happens? Yeah, no. Okay, if you got nothing, I was thinking like, is this I know you can become temporarily diabetic while pregnant, but my mother was diabetic. I don't recall anything about a sweet taste in your mouth. Other things, yes, that would signal either blood sugar being too high or too low, mostly being cold and shaking, or not being able to think properly, or sweating a lot. Okay, so since we're at end of chapter, we are going to take a stretch break, and I'm going to read faster. We're on normal pace, but we need to be a little bit faster. I'll remind everyone that we have ducks available, both painted and not painted. And I still need suggestions for painted ducks if you have any. We have a lovely pair of handcuffs that have been underused. And we have an unopened bag of chips. And that would be 10, 25, and 50 because I forgot to say words. PayPal link at the top of the chat, or at least it should be. Hey, hi, says diethyl ether, commonly referred to as ether, is described as having a sweet, fruity, slightly pungent odor, along with a sweet, burning, or sharp taste. Huh. Pretty sure drinking ether is bad for you, but doesn't it make you pass out? Like, didn't that used to be used for like anesthesia? And thank you to my knowledge of MASH for knowing that. That's ether, right? So did somebody like spray a cloud of it in front of her and she walked through it and now she's going to pass out or something? Chapter 18. Oh, wait, we have to burn the... Yeah, back of the page is blank so I can burn it. Okay, our first burning of the evening. Baby girl. Not bad. He didn't mark it up too much. Alright, chapter 18. My head hurt. It felt like a hangover, but I hadn't been hungover for months. I slowly opened my eyes. She's been kidnapped again. Somebody took her. So we were right. I'm guessing from the amount of pages left, it's gonna end with some kind of like rescue attempt that's gonna go sideways or something. I slowly opened my eyes. The room I was in was unpleasantly bright. Light was not what I needed now, with the migraine pounding in my skull. Had I blacked out again? I couldn't remember anything from last night. A moan left my throat as I rolled over and covered my head with the duvet. I tried wrapping myself tighter in the sheets. In doing so, I ran my hand down my side and froze. Those were those cotton boxers over my waist? I didn't own cotton underwear. My eyes snapped open, heedless of the pain in my head. I threw off the sheets and glanced at myself, panicked. What the fuck? I muttered to myself. I don't know Polish. I heard a man's voice. My heart stopped. But if you're feeling unwell, your pills are by the bed. I felt my pulse raging and my breath quickening. I squeezed my eyes shut and took a deep breath, rolling over. Hi, Nacho said, smiling cheerfully. Oh, the assassin guy took her. Is he gonna like hold her hostage till she gives birth and then kill her? Because that seems like a lot of effort when he could literally just wait until she gives birth and then kill her. Smiling cheerfully. Don't scream. I tried breathing in, but my body tensed and my lungs locked up. I couldn't inhale, couldn't breathe. Laura, the man's Laura, the man sat on the edge of the bed, grabbing my hand. I won't hurt you. Don't be afraid. Yeah, right. Hi, Deacon. She's been kidnapped by somebody new, that is all. He offered me a pill. Open your mouth. This is such a theme with her. Next, you know what? Next book, we're going to have a counter of every time she lets somebody else drug her. No, we didn't figure out why she was passing out, but this time she got gassed with ether, and that made her pass out. So there was an actual reason this time that was not her mystery heart condition that we will never be told what it is because the author didn't actually bother to pick one because it's a massive plot convenience. I stared at him, wide-eyed and mortified, hearing only the whine in my ears. He stuck his fingers in my mouth and pushed the pill under my tongue, stroking my hair. I jerked my head away. Oh, he did the exact thing that Massimo did to you when he kidnapped you? They told me you'd react badly. His voice was calm and cheery. How dare she react badly to being kidnapped again? I closed my eyes, trying to relax. I don't know if I fell asleep or opened them just a few seconds later, but he was still there. Nacho, I whispered. Will you kill me? The name's Marcello, but you can call me Nacho. Yes. And no, I'm not going to do that. He checked my pulse. Why would I rescue you only to kill you? What? What the fuck? Is this just part of the gaslighting? Is he literally gonna try and seduce her away from Massimo? Like, is that what I'm getting? Like, what? Where am I? The most beautiful place on earth, he said, still counting my heartbeats. And you'll live. His eyes were sparkling. I wasn't scared anymore. She has like some kind of brain defect that makes her not be scared when she should be. Where's Massimo? I asked. He laughed and offered me a glass of water. I lifted my head and he poured some in my mouth, probably raging impotently back on Sicily. He grinned and stretched. How are you feeling? His question was strange. Wow, she's so used to Massimo not giving a shit about her that being asked how you feel is strange. This guy's he's gonna like play the white knight. He's gonna play the good guy, right? He's gonna be like all gentle and respectful. And then there's gonna be some kind of double cross because he's literally just fucking with her head. Out of place. I took the glass from his hand and put it away. You're a killer, but I'm still alive. So is your husband! A very astute remark. He lay on his side, propping himself up on an elbow and putting his other arm over me. There we go. There we go. Now, to preempt your other questions, I've kidnapped you, but that's nothing new for you, is it? I'm so kneeing this guy in the balls right there. I don't mean you any harm. I'm only doing my job. If everything goes as planned, you should be back with your husband in a couple weeks. Oh, great. Great, great, great. You're just being held for a couple weeks for something like, oh my God. He explained with a more serious expression. His eyes did lose their merry glint. He rose and glanced at his watch. Anything else? I gaped at him. Was this some kind of joke? The man in the white tank top was standing over me had nothing in common with the ruthless killer Massimo had. Nacho pulled up his loose jeans and smiled, sliding his feet into a pair of flip-flops. No questions? Good. I'm going for a swim. Wait, I called. Where am I and how long have I been here? You disappeared 2 days ago. It's December 27th and you're on the Canary Islands. Ten, ten, Tenerife. Tenerife, to be precise. He put on a pair of shades and went to the door. I'm Marcelo Nacho Matos, son of Fernando Matos, who ordered me to bring you here. And once again, you're perfectly safe. No one is going to kill you. We only need to clear up some issues with your husband and you'll be back home before you know it. So again, she's going to be expected to just be the good little captive. He crossed to the door and sent me one last look before closing it. If you get any funny ideas, remember you're on an island a good way away from the continent, and the bracelet on your leg is a transmitter. Oh, we finally got somebody putting an ankle monitor on her, and it wasn't her husband. That feels wrong, because I was sure it would be him. I touched my ankle and felt a rubber and plastic band around it. So I know where you are at all times. And if you try to contact your family without my consent, I'll kill them. So the exact same thing as her husband, because he said the same thing. The door closed and he vanished. I lay without moving, shocked. Thank God I was pregnant. Thank God I was pregnant and married. That's a thought you have at this moment? The thought of my life going full circle was making me sick. I stared at the ceiling, trying to digest all that Nacho had told me. What, that he told you again. You've heard this before. You should not be. I was tired and wanted to cry, and to make matters worse, the very moment before I was kidnapped, my husband had treated me like garbage. Is that the first time she's admitted that he treats her like garbage? And that did absolutely nothing to improve my mood. I rolled over, hugged a pillow, and quickly fell asleep. Because, as you do, Tenerife. It was implied badly that it was Ether. Yeah. Yeah, Ether. Okay, these are old school kidnappers. Like, or maybe it's easier to get because it's probably like, because it's not, I don't think it's even like used in hospitals anymore because there's much better stuff now. So it might be like unregulated and like easier to get. Is it okay that I stopped caring about this book a book ago? Yes, it's okay. To be fair, she didn't really react badly to the first kidnapping since she married that guy. This is true. You think it's easy to make it home? Possible. Yeah. Like, why would you go with like ether and not like, even the good old chloroform on a rag, There, there's always that. Hunger woke me up in the middle of the night. My stomach rumbled loudly. Oh, don't talk about food. I'm starving. I've been hungry since I got up and I couldn't eat today because it's Saturday and I don't want to puke. I couldn't stay hungry for long. I was pregnant. I got out of bed and switched on the lamp. The room around me was modern, bright, and simple, with white walls and wooden fabric and glass details. Looking for something to wear, I fumbled through the room, finally reaching a closet with sliding doors. I opened one wing and found myself standing in front of a small wardrobe. It was packed with sweatpants, flip-flops, shorts, t-shirts, and some underwear, and swimsuits. I reached for a baggy hoodie and a pair of shorts. They were too small for me. Yeah, maybe they didn't know she was pregnant and, got a bit of a belly going on. A warm wind gusted through the open door, and I heard the monotonous whisper of the sea. The terrace overlooked the ocean. The water was black and calm. Surprised, I discovered my place of imprisonment wasn't a house at all. It was an apartment block, a small garden with a jacuzzi stretched below the terrace. I went to the door and grabbed the knob. It was open. A nice change after my last abduction, when I had to wait for Dominic to arrive and let me out. I stepped out into the corridor. The crisp coolness of the glass floor invigorated me. There were stairs opposite my room. I descended to the lower floor, passing a pair of doors, and reached the kitchen. Okay, somebody doesn't know how apartment blocks work? Fridge, I moaned, dashing ahead and opening the door to the land of treats aplenty. Okay, somebody was high when they wrote that. With a smile, I scanned the contents of the refrigerator, looking at cheeses, yogurts, and lots of fruits, as well as Spanish meats and beverages. I rummaged through the groceries and tossed whatever I wanted onto the counter before reaching for some bread rolls. If you're hungry, I can heat you up some paella. Startled by the sound, I dropped a plate. It shattered on the floor. Don't move. Nacho knelt at my feet and started collecting the broken pieces, throwing them in the trash can. There were too many. He took me in his arms and carried me out of the kitchen before returning and sweeping up the shattered fragments with a broom. I watched him confused. Oh, yeah, somebody caring about you and treating you with, respect and dignity and they care. So confused by this. This guy is gaslighting the shit out of her. I don't get it. I crossed my arms on my chest. You care about me. That's evident. You worry about my well-being. Why kidnap me? She's too stupid to exist. He pushed himself to his feet and looked me in the eyes. You're pregnant, and your problem is you married the wrong guy. Okay, is he gonna say he had visions about her too, but Massimo got to her first or something? I avoided his stare, but he pinched my chin between his thumb and index finger and lifted it, so I had to meet his gaze. What is with men doing this in these books? What the fuck? You did nothing wrong. You're an innocent, and you're a pretty girl. What's not to understand? Okay, she might be a pretty girl, but she ain't fucking innocent. She crossed the line a while ago. He sat on the counter, and I suddenly became uncomfortably aware of the fact that he wasn't wearing anything aside from his boxer shorts. You, he continued, are a means to an end. You are not our target. He sat and propped both hands on the counter, stretching. If you were a man, we would have kept you in my dad's basement tied to a chair, naked. But you're a pregnant woman, so I thought I'd keep you here, cleaning up your mess. So I so I thought I'd keep you here, cleaning up your mess. Besides, we don't want a war with Torricelli. We only want him to talk to us. So you kidnapped his wife to make him talk to you. Okay. He jumped off the counter. So, paella? This is too fucking weird, I muttered, sitting on a bar stool. This is weird. Being treated like a human being, and nicely, that's weird. Preaching to the choir, I would have preferred to run a kite surfing school instead of shooting people in the head. He took all the things I had prepared for my midnight meal and put them back in the fridge, instead pulling out a large pan. Seafood and rice with saffron. Made it myself. He flashed that disarming smile of his again. I watched him taking in colorful tattoos. They were everywhere. On his back, his arms, probably his butt too. Only his legs were free of them. What does your woman say to all that? I asked, despite my better judgment. Nacho placed the pan on the stove. Don't know. I'm single, he replied without looking at me. but I have pretty high standards. I want my woman intelligent, smart, pretty, fit, and preferably without an idea of who my father is. But it's a small island, and the women on the continent are. He paused for a minute. Loco, if you know what I mean. Yeah, this guy is 100% seducing her, and it's working. There should be a counter for how many times she reminds the reader she's pregnant. Yeah, we can add that one too. Wait, let me write these down before I forget. For the next book, we have a designer name counter. Mentions being pregnant. What was the other one I said? I know there was another one. What was it? If Damsel in Distress was a book plus How to Abuse 101 was a book, it's this one. Yeah. You should start by not referring to anyone as my woman. Yeah, there you go. So many men make that mistake and then they don't understand why they can't get a date. I didn't, but I nodded. You don't know what the word loco means? He looked gorgeous, scuttling about the kitchen. I wasn't really listening. Instead, I watched the man preparing my meal and concluded I didn't really fear him. But maybe that was what he had planned. Maybe that was why he was acting all friendly, so that I'd relax and drop my guard. My mind suggested many different scenarios. All ended in him attacking me in the end until a plate full of delicious smelling food appeared in front of me. Eat, Nacho said, sitting next to me and grabbing his fork. The food was so delightful I didn't even notice I'd eaten 2 full portions before feeling stuffed. I slipped off the bar stool, leaving the plate on the counter and thanking him for the meal. Ugh, allergies not now. It was only 8 in the evening. It's only 8 in the evening. You're going back to sleep? He asked as I plodded towards the stairs. Really? I opened my eyes wider. Yeah, she did say that, and now apparently doesn't. But, we've established that the men in this, like Jacob in Twilight, like to be shirtless all the time. Really? I opened my eyes wider. We can watch some movies. He pointed at a couch in the living room. I sent him a confused look, trying to figure out what my role in this was. You kidnapped me, Nacho, and you've threatened my relatives. And now you think you can just watch movies with me? Yes. My voice might have been a bit too aggressive. I didn't wait for a response, turning away. Well, the last guy who did that to you will be the father of your child, Nacho muttered, keeping his eyes on his plate. I froze and was about to retort with something, but he was right. Yeah. I bit my tongue and went to my room. This was too strange. No, it's not. Stop this. No. I snuggled into my bed and turned the TV on. When I opened my eyes again, it was still dark. Upset that I might have slept through another day, I launched myself out of bed. My baby couldn't starve for so long. The flat white TV on the opposite wall of the bed was showing 7:30. Even in Poland at that hour, it's brighter. I stumbled back to bed, covering myself, happy it was only morning. The next time I woke up, the room was bathed in the warm light of the sun. I stretched and kicked the duvet off. You're really pregnant, a man's voice. I jumped up in alarm. You're very thin. Yeah, that's 'cause she's like, yeah. I rolled over and saw Nacho sipping something from a cup, sitting in a sofa by the bed. I was beginning to think he slept there. Beginning of the second trimester. It's a boy, I replied, getting up. Now explain something to me. I stepped close to him, stopping at his feet. He eyed my stomach. What did you want from me back in Messina? in the garden. I crossed my arms waiting for an explanation. Same I wanted in Palermo, to kidnap you, he chuckled. Those idiots Massimo calls bodyguards wouldn't notice me even if I sat on their ugly mugs. I just didn't know you were pregnant, and the tranquilizer I was about to use might have hurt you, or rather your baby. He nodded at my belly. But that's enough idle chit-chat. Let's call Massimo. Oh, this is gonna go really well. You'll tell him you're feeling great and you're safe. No more. He pushed himself to his feet and dialed a number on his cell phone. As soon as the person on the other side picked up, Nacho fluently switched to Italian. For a few seconds, he talked in a calm, quiet voice, finally handing me the phone. I grabbed it and retreated to the opposite side of the room. Yeah, because your kidnapper's going to let you do that. Massimo, I breathed. Are you all right? His calm voice was just a cover. I knew he was crazy with worry. All the thousands of miles between us couldn't mask his anxiousness. I was wondering about that. How far are the Canary Islands from Italy? I took a deep breath and shot my captor a defiant look. I took a risk. I'm on Ten. How did we say the island was pronounced? Tenerife, in some kind of apartment block with a sea view. I sputtered as fast as I could. Nacho wrestled the phone from my hand and hung up. He knows where you are, he growled, but before my father allows it, your husband won't come here. You've risked a lot right now, Laura. I hope you're happy with yourself. Have a nice day. He spun on his heel and left, slamming the door. Okay. You could have told her that. I stood immobile for a I stood immobile for a whole few minutes. Yeah, that sounds like translation error. Feeling a rising fury, my helplessness transformed into red rage, and such emotion rarely led to anything good. I grabbed the knob and rushed down the corridor, heading to the stairs. I filled my lungs with air and started shouting before I even saw him. What the hell are you thinking? You think I'll just sit here and wait? I took the steps down two at a time, looking down to keep myself from missing one and falling. If you think I trailed off. There was a young woman standing next to Nacho. She stared at me with a half open mouth. She snapped it shut and turned to him, speaking in Spanish. They talked for a short while, and I watched them, frozen mid step, on the stairs, wondering what was going on. Amelia, this is my girlfriend, Laura. Nacho wrapped his arm around me and pulled me towards him. She came a couple days ago. That's why you couldn't reach me. He kissed me on the forehead as I tried breaking free from his embrace and added, We're in the middle of a little spat. Could you give us a moment? His long tattooed arms grabbed me and lifted me in the air. He carried me back upstairs. Oh god, she really is like sack of potatoes that the older men just lug around. I'm Amelia. The girl smiled radiantly and waved at me as Nacho lugged me away. This is going to be his daughter. I tried jerking away, but he was too strong. We entered the first bedroom and closed the door, putting me on the floor. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I took a huge swing, fully intending to smack him in the face. My hand didn't reach its target. Dived, dodging my strike. It only made me angrier. I dashed towards him, waving my arms like a crazy hag, but he kept dodging. Eventually, we reached the end of the room. With a lightning fast motion, he grabbed my wrists in one hand and pushed me against the wall. I couldn't move. Again, exactly what Massimo did. Like, if we find out that this guy got the deets from somebody and is recreating it on purpose to, like, transfer her loving feelings from Massimo to him, I will believe it. It took him only a few seconds to reach for something in the cabinet we were standing next to. Before I knew it, I had a gun to my head. We both know you can't kill me, I hissed through clenched teeth, glaring at him with all the hatred I could muster. Sure, he said, uncocking the gun, but are you willing to bet on it? I considered the circumstances, quickly admitting defeat. My arms relaxed. Nacho released me and put the gun back in the drawer. Yeah, just leave guns laying around in random drawers. That's great when you're holding somebody hostage. 3,000 kilometers? Yeah. Kidnapper 2 does seem a lot better than the guy she married. This is true. And yes, Deacon, there's a third book. We're not done. We're only at the end of the second book. There is a third book that I'm desperately hoping gets here in time. Tracking hasn't moved in a week. But the company it's with, I've seen them before. I hate them. Where once they pick up a package, it just says that it's picked up, and the next time it'll update will be like 2 weeks later, and it'll say out for delivery all of a sudden, and like nothing in between. So I'm hoping that's what's going on. Otherwise, we could have a problem next week. But also, Amazon has failed to pick up the 2 copies I'm sending back for not being new for a 4th time. Now, it's worth noting Amazon has only started offering pickup on returns in my area like this year, like within the last month. So it's very new. But I am convinced more and more that the company they have hired to do so doesn't actually exist. That is my sister down there. Ah, damn it. I thought it was going to be his daughter. It's his sister. She doesn't know what I do. I knew he's not. And yet she knows the address of the house you're keeping someone hostage in. Why would she know where you are when why? You're an idiot. He took a few steps back. I would like it to stay that way. She thinks I run one of Dad's companies and that you're my Polish girlfriend. We met a few months back at a party when I went to Warsaw on a business trip. And now you expect her to play along with this. Okay. Are you out of your mind? I cut in. And he took another step back. I won't pretend anything, especially being your girlfriend. I stormed off towards the door. Nacho grabbed me and shoved me into the bed, sitting astride my legs. And we slept together, and that's why you're pregnant now. Oh, really? Yep, okay. She's also claiming to be baby daddy. How are you going to explain that when she's gone? Or is this just our first sign that he has no intention of letting her go, and maybe he's there to steal the baby or something crazy ass like that? He continued unfazed. Our relationship is a bit of a necessity, but we do love each other very much. Get it now? I burst out in laughter and he let go of my hands confused. I crossed my arms, still laughing. Nope, I said, suddenly turning serious. I'm not going to make it any easier for you. The Spaniard lowered himself on his arms as if he was going to kiss me. I stiffened, afraid and unable to run. His breath wafted past my parted lips and a shiver went down my spine. I smelled the mint of the gum he was chewing and a fresh scent of cologne, or maybe shower gel. I swallowed loudly, staring at him hesitantly. As far as I know, your parents have no idea what your husband does for a living. He breathed, fixing me with his green eyes, his mouth stretching into a sly smile. So, we're in a similar difficult situation. Yours may be a bit harder, so let's make a deal. I won't tell your folks your husband is a mobster, and you won't tell Amelia that her brother is a kidnapper and a murderer. He withdrew a fraction, paused, and then got up, offering me a hand. Deal? I sent him a resigned look, defeated, and shook his hand. Deal. He pulled me up. His eyes were gleaming with childish glee again as he straightened out his t-shirt. Now he's magically wearing a t-shirt again. Great. Come then, honey buns. Honey buns? Die. Amelia's going to want some breakfast. He grabbed my hand and guided me to the door. I tried yanking my arm free, but he tightened his vice-like grip. We're a couple now. Show me some love. Somebody shoot him. We went downstairs holding hands. Nacho kissed me right on the mouth as soon as his sister noticed our return. Do we think Massimo is not going to kill this guy? Yeah, Honey Buns is going on the list because if this is over to the other book, we're going to hear it a lot, I suspect. Well, I still can't remember one of the things I said I wanted to track. Why didn't she tell her folks her husband's a kidnapper and a mobster is so rich they'd forgive him? Yeah, seriously, that's true. Yeah, because he's not, and that's why he's on the cover of the next book. Yes. Yeah. So whatever the fuck this is, it definitely carries on. So it's not going to be like 2 weeks. He's not going to let her go. No, the plan, I guarantee you, the plan is to like seduce Laura away from Massimo and like make her his man, his woman or whatever, and like steal the baby as well. Like it's something like that. Me doing my best version of Gene Wilder playing Wonka. You know, the book got lost. Oh. Uh, that riled me, but I had to keep up appearances. My parents couldn't learn the truth. That was too important to blow our cover right away. I offered the beautiful blue-eyed girl a hand. She was sitting on one of the bar stools. Laura, I introduced myself with a friendly smile. By the way, your brother is an asshole. Amelia grinned and nodded, apparently agreeing. She looked just like Nacho when she smiled. The main difference was that she had a full head of hair and no visible tattoos. Her clean-cut, severe features gave her the appearance of someone uppity and stuffy, but the cheerful glint in her eye belied that. My brother is an egotistical asshole, isn't she? Isn't he? She got up and patted him on the back. He's just like father, but at least he can cook. She smooched on the cheek. They both look so adorable together. Nothing like stereotypical Spaniards. Fuck this bitch. She's such a fucking racist. Are you too Spanish? I asked, a bit confused. You don't look Spanish. Mom was Swedish. Apparently her genes prevailed. What the fuck is any of this garbage? And we're not from Spain, we're from the Canary Islands, Nacho corrected. Now, what do my ladies want to eat? He asked cheerfully, walking over to the fridge and gesturing for us to sit at the bar. The siblings spoke in English, so I didn't miss anything, even though they weren't talking about anything that might have concerned me. They spoke of Christmas and their friends who were going to come for a visit New Year's Eve. They were very laid back, which did wonders for the tense atmosphere. Your Italian's very impressive, honey, he said at one point. I think honey's on. Yep, honey's on the list, and since this guy is an asshole too, it counts. I said at one point without hiding the sarcasm in my voice. Oh, it's her saying, I don't care, I'm still burning it. How many languages do you speak? A few, Nacho replied, stirring something in the pan. Oh, come now, brother, Amelia turned to me. Marcello can speak Italian, English, German, French, and Russian. And Japanese lately, Nacho added, rummaging through the fridge. That was impressive, but I wasn't going to let that show, so I only nodded sagely and continued listening to their conversation. Amelia had been right. Her brother was a great cook. 10 minutes later, the kitchen counter was filled with food. We both dug in. I only noticed she was pregnant too when I saw how much she was eating and noticed her belly. Okay, what the fuck is this? There's something evil going on. I can feel it. But for now, we burn the honey. How far along? I nodded to her bump, and she put a hand on it with a gentle gesture. A month and a half ago, she replied, smiling. A month and a half to go. So she's like 7 months pregnant, and you're just noticing now? She replied, smiling radiantly. His name is going to be Pablo. I wanted to tell her about my baby, but noticed Nacho, who was shaking his head slightly. I hope he takes after his mom, she said, taking a bite of tomato. His father is another dickhead and a troglodyte, and he looks like an ass. Okay. Is the father going to be like Dominic or Massimo? I snorted laughter, but immediately reined myself in, apologizing to Amelia. What? That's the truth. She fell in love with that stick-thin dork. Even worse, he's Italian. I still don't know why father loves him so much. And she's 7 to 8 months pregnant, which means that is before Laura was kidnapped, because she's only been with Massimo for about 5 months at this point. So So Amelia being pregnant would predate Massimo finding her. So it could be him. What do we bet it is? I felt my muscles tensing. Spending time with the two siblings wasn't a chore, far from it. I felt like I was on vacation. But Nacho's words reminded me why I was here. Wow, she is so goddamn flexible in the space of like being conscious for 30 fucking minutes. I put my fork down and eyed him. I like Italians. They're great people, I said. Since when? You literally called your husband a racial slur, and quite a bad one, in the first book. And said a number of other racist and like derogatory things. Amelia nodded vigorously. The man leaned over the counter, glaring at me. Oh no, dearest. You like the Sicilians. His smirk made me want to come up with a witty repose. You're absolutely right. I love them, I retorted, sporting my own sly smirk. What the fuck is this? Amelia darted looks at both of us, finally breaking the awkward silence. Want to go for a swim? She asked her brother, who nodded in response. Then she turned. Shall we go to the beach, then? It's not too hot. We'll sunbathe and watch Marcello surf. Surf? I was surprised by that revelation. Of course. My brother's an international surfing champion, didn't he tell you? I shook my head. Well, then he'll have the opportunity to show off a little. The waves are high and the wind is perfect. She clapped she clapped her hands. Great, we'll have dinner on the beach. I'll be here at 3. She kissed me on the cheek and hugged her brother. Adios, she called, disappearing through the door. Nacho brooded over his plate, knife clinking against the empty dish. We need to talk, I said over the annoying sound. How long will I be here? You said we would have to wait for your dad, but you didn't tell me when he was going to return, or why we had to wait in the first place. He didn't respond, but raised his eyes and fixed me with a somber stare. Please, Marcello. My eyes teared up a bit, and I bit my lower lip, trying to keep myself from crying. I don't know. He hid his face in his hands, sighing. I don't have the slightest idea how long I'll have to keep you here. Father ordered me to kidnap you before Christmas, but you know how that ended. He nodded at my tummy. He had to leave then, and unfortunately he's not the kind of man who tells others his plans. I'm supposed to keep you here and keep you safe till he gets back. That's all I know. I dropped my eyes, wringing my hands. Safe? I asked, annoyed. You are the very you are the very person who's the greatest danger to me right now, and the only threat to you is Massimo coming here and taking me away. Your husband has a lot more enemies than he tells you about. He stood up and took the dishes to the washer. That conversation was taking us nowhere. I returned to my room, heading for the wardrobe, recalling Amelia's words. The choice of outfits became clear. The colorful t-shirts, flip-flops, hoodies, and shorts that had replaced my collection of expensive clothes were the logical choice for a surfer, and Nacho was one. He had probably bought all that stuff himself, picking what he liked best. I sighed, deciding that it wouldn't do me any good to fight everything all over again. When I had last when I had last accepted the situation fate had thrown me into, life had become easier. In other words, I learned to just go along with my kidnappers so they wouldn't hurt me. What cult was the author in again? Do we know? The author has a fetish? Which one? Probably more than one. Though I maintain she's a virgin. I grabbed a pair of gray denim shorts and a rainbow-colored bikini and a white t-shirt with a setting sun motif. Tossed the clothes on the bed and went to the bathroom. I discovered earlier there was only one of those in the entire house and that I'd have to share with that man. Nacho had done his best to ensure my relative comfort. My things were grouped on one side of the sink, while his occupied the other. There wasn't much, but it would be enough to satisfy my most basic needs. A facial cream, a body lotion, a toothbrush, and this surprised me. My favorite perfume. I lifted the Lancome Plaisir Midnight Rose and glanced at my reflection in the mirror. How had he known? Yeah, yeah. He's doing the Cole thing. He's been studying her, stalking her, he knows her likes, and yeah. See, what do we bet? Massimo fucked his sister, got her pregnant, then abandoned her, and now he's gonna try and seduce and fuck Laura in revenge or something like that. And or kidnap the baby or something like that. I brushed my teeth and took a shower, then I braided my hair and applied cream to my face. It wouldn't make sense to do any makeup. For starters, I didn't have any cosmetics on hand, and besides, this was a place where I could potentially catch a tan. This is what you think about when you're kidnapped. I can catch some rays here. But also notice how he's literally making her be a different person by taking away all the designer brands and the makeup and everything. A knock brought me back to reality, and I threw on a bathrobe that hung by the mirror and walked over to open the door. We only have one bathroom, I said, looking at Nacho through the crack. And only one bathrobe. He grinned. Get a move on. I closed the door again and returned to my preparations. I did not hurry. Then I walked over to the bed and dressed before taking the stairs to the living room. The TV was on, there was an open laptop on the coffee table. For a moment I listened. The sound of water from the shower upstairs wasn't abating. I had time. I crept closer to the computer and switched it on. My fingers patterned on the tabletop, as if that could make the machine start up any faster. The screen asked me to enter the password. Yeah, duh. Fucking shit, I yelled, slamming the thing shut. Careful, it's delicate, I heard behind my back and swore inwardly. I need something. I turned around and froze. Nacho was standing before me, completely naked, dripping with water. There we go. There we go. I should have averted my eyes, but I couldn't. Instead, I swallowed loudly, feeling my throat going dry. Is she just going to get on her knees and blow him? Because that would seem in character. With his right hand, Nacho was covering his penis. His left was propped against the glass partition. I need something. The words reverberated through my head. What would happen now? Would he step closer, uncover his manhood, and ram it down my throat? See, she's thinking it too! Or maybe he'd fuck me on the kitchen counter with me laying on my back and taking in the sight of his wonderful tattoo. She does not sound, like, put off by either of these notions. You took my bathrobe, he said. What? In my mind, I slapped myself with all the mental force for cheating on my husband, even if I'd only imagined doing that. What can I say? I'm a healthy young woman with a raging libido. Being pregnant made me horny all the time, and I'd probably have fucked anyone right in that moment. That's still not okay. I ignored what he had said, staring into his eyes. He chuckled and turned around, walking back upstairs. His butt cheeks were tattooed, too. I groaned softly despite my best efforts to keep myself in control, trying in vain to turn my head away. I heard that, Nacho called, disappearing upstairs. Yeah. I got the read on him. Where's the word I highlighted? Wait, I know it was here somewhere. Did I miss a word? Am I going insane? I might be going nuts. I thought I had underlined another word. Or I might just really need a sandwich. I collapsed onto the sofa cushions of the couch and buried my face in them. I hated that so many attractive men had suddenly appeared in my life. Was it my pregnancy? Maybe they weren't that attractive. How was it possible that the world had become populated by sexy, muscular men all of a sudden? I allowed myself a while to silently despair before sitting up and grabbing the remote. I kept switching channels mindlessly when something dawned on me. My parents already knew what Massimo did for a living. Unless they had somehow missed my disappearance and the man in black's rage, I jumped to my feet. That would give me some kind of advantage and a chance to negotiate. Okay, so you're assuming that after you disappeared, Massimo fessed up? What? That makes no sense. I had started making a plan when I had heard steps on the stairs again. Fearing Nacho would still be naked, I kept my eye fixed ahead. The Spaniard sat down next to me. He wore shorts and a zipped up hoodie. "Let's talk," I said. I dropped his head, hiding it. He dropped his head, hiding it in his hands. "Really? Again? Is there anything we haven't discussed yet?" Two of his fingers spread and he sent me an amused look. "My parents already know who Massimo is. The truth must have gotten out when you kidnapped me. You don't know that." I got up from the couch, wagging my finger at him. "Now give me a good reason not to tell your sister that you're a hitman. The last one isn't that appealing all of a sudden." Nacho only leaned back on the sofa, crossed his arms behind his head. "Nice try," he snorted, stifling a fit of laughter, "but I got better." He snapped up the laptop from the coffee table. He entered the password so quickly I had no chance of catching it. "Let's call your mom." He turned the computer around, presenting me with the Facebook login page and leaning in so close I could smell his fantastic fresh scent. "Log in and you'll learn for yourself what your parents know. Will you take the risk?" I wasn't sure if he was bluffing, but at least this was a chance to talk to my mom and tell her I was okay. I typed in the password. Mom was offline. "If what I know is true, before your husband sent them to the airport, he lied to them about why you couldn't see them off. Clara Biel going to the police would only make his life harder." He took the computer back and switched it off. "Anyway, great talk, but I gotta go," he said with a wink. "Remember not to tell my sister too much about our life together." "How much does she already know?" "More or less everything minus the pregnancy. I'm sure she won't notice, but if I'm the only one that doesn't see it, and she really does notice that microscopic belly, keep to what we've discussed. The kid wasn't planned, and as soon as you discovered you were pregnant, you came here. See you around." He finished and grabbed his surfboard from the terrace. "How will you explain my sudden disappearance when I finally leave here?" I asked, smirking. He halted mid-step and put on a pair of rainbow-rimmed shades. "I'll tell her you miscarried." He grabbed a duffel bag and left. I stayed on the couch, propping my chin on its backrest, considering the strangeness of my new circumstances. Nacho had an answer to all my questions. His plan was flawless. Yeah, his plan's a little too good. I wondered how long he had been planning this whole operation. Probably a long time. That made me think of the reason I was really here, in his house. I rolled over on my back, sighing deeply. What was Massimo doing right now? He had probably killed half the security personnel for losing me again. That thought would have made my heart race a while ago, but there wasn't anything left in the world that would surprise, scare, or startle me anymore. How many times can a person be kidnapped? How many more strange men would I meet in my life? I stroked my belly. It was enormous, at least to my eyes. Yeah, 'cause you have body image issues. "Luca," I whispered, "Caddy's going to take us home in no time. For now, we're on vacation." At that moment, I heard a knocking on the door. Then someone turned a key in the lock. Amelia entered the apartment. "Why do I even knock? I have keys. Where are your things? Come on." "I don't have anything," I grimaced. "I came here without giving it much thought." I shrugged. "Okay, come with me." She took my hand and led me out. "There are sunglasses in the car. We'll buy you everything when we get there." End of chapter. That was a very short one. I am going to take a stretch break and I really got to start reading faster. Oh, oh, I also seriously want coffee. See you later, Deacon. Chapter 19. We left the apartment and walked to the glass-walled elevator that took us to the ground floor. It was dominated by a cavernous main hall, its walls glass just like the elevators. We passed the reception desk and waited on the pavement in front of the building. A young valet drove a white BMW M6 right to the entrance, stepped out, and waited with the door open until Amelia took the driver's seat. Is this a better looking car than all of Massimo's ugly ass Ferraris? The cherry leather inside was a perfect complement for the bright paint job. I hate this car, Amelia said, accelerating. It's so ostentatious. Okay, apparently it's also an ugly car. Though there are many gaudier rides here on Costa Adeje, 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 including my brother's. She wiggled, glancing my way. Costa Adeje. Where the hell was that? I kept looking out the window as we drove along the picturesque promenade. Amelia continued talking about her family and how they had lost their mother in a car accident. I learned from Amelia I learned that Amelia was 25 and that Marcelo was 10 years older. I also learned that she didn't really know what her father did for a living. Yeah, why would you know? At least not entirely, and that she knew nothing about her brother's real job. Amelia was very open and talkative. Besides, she must have really thought I was Nacho's great love. She was doing her best to tell me as much about her family as she could in the short time we had during the ride. She was giddy with excitement when she spoke of her father's return from the continent and spending New Year's Eve among friends and family, which made me realize that she knew when her old man was coming back, and that meant Nacho had lied to me. I nodded politely, never interrupting, hoping I'd catch more interesting tidbits about the Spanish mafia. We're here, she said, finally parking by a hotel. Uh, I live here when Flavio leaves. I looked at her, raising my brows. My husband went abroad with my dad, and I like staying close to Marcelo. Oh, so she's married. Okay, that makes it less likely that Massimo or Dominic is the father of the baby. She started walking towards the entrance. It's a bit bare over at the beach, so I told the staff to bring us 2 sunbeds and a couple of other things. We'll look like tourists or groupies, but I don't care. I'm not going to let my spine break from fidgeting on the sand, trying to make baby comfy. Hey, more power to her. When you're that pregnant, yeah, if you can get comfort, go for it. I don't care what it looks like, go for it. We passed through the hotel and then a garden and another promenade, and finally we reached the beach. The strangest part of the view was that the ocean was calmly undulating among the majority of the coast, but there was a couple 100-foot long section the beach where the waves were 2 stories high. A few dozen people were in the water, floating on their surfboards and waiting for the perfect wave. There was something magical in this sight. The sun on the other side, the snowy slopes of the tide or tilled TEIDE volcano on the other side. Small groups of people were clustered on the beach, drinking wine, laughing, and smoking pot. At least I thought that's what it was. I detest the reek of marijuana. Yeah, get used to it. It wasn't hard to make out the spot prepared for us. 2 large, soft sunbeds were standing a little to the side. There was a massive closed sunshade by them, a basket of food, a blanket, and a waiter. Who brings a waiter to the beach? Or a bodyguard, I couldn't tell. At least he had the decency to stay a couple steps back, sitting in a small folding chair. He wasn't wearing an official outfit like the guy back in Sicily, but the light linen pants and an unbuttoned shirt. He waved at us, but didn't move from his place staring into the ocean. Or at us. He wore sunglasses, and I didn't see his eyes. Oh, good, Amelia said with a sigh, taking her clothes off and laying down on a sunbed. Aren't you supposed to avoid the sun when you're pregnant? I asked, pulling down my shorts. Nah, you just have to keep the belly in the shade. She covered herself with a thin shawl and sent me a look over her shades. Pregnancy isn't that bad. Worst case scenario, I'll get some blemishes. What's with the weird band? She asked, turning and pointing to my ankle cuffed with a tracking device. Yeah, didn't tell her how to explain that. It's a long, boring story. I waved at her, reclining on my own sunbed. Yeah, she's gonna think you're a criminal. I shot her a glance and cursed inwardly. Amelia was gaping at me. She noticed. Are you pregnant too? I said nothing. Is it Marcello's? I stuck a finger in my mouth, biting my nail. That's why I'm here. I groaned and closed my eyes, thanking God for the sunglasses on my nose. I got knocked up back in Poland when I told him he kidnapped me and took me here to care for me and the baby. I thought I was going to throw up. The lie was too close to the truth. I grabbed a bottle of water. Yeah, you just told her that her brother kidnapped you. Amelia was sitting with her mouth open, shocked. An instant later, her lips stretched into a wonderful smile. That's marvelous, she exclaimed. Our babies are going to be the same age. How far along are you? 4 months? I nodded, not even listening. Oh, that's so much Marcello's style. He was always so responsible and caring. Just skip right over the kidnap part. When we were kids, he used to. I had stopped paying her any mind by that time, instead listening to the crashing waves, looking out to the sea and desperately trying to keep my eyes from watering. I missed Massimo. I wanted him to hug me and keep me in his arms forever. I only felt safe with him. There was no one else I wanted to share the happiness of having a baby with. Pretending to be someone else's woman was vile. It disgusted me. Since when? What angered me even more was that I was lying to someone sweet and innocent like Amelia for no other reason than to keep someone's loathsome secrets. Here's Marcello, she called out, pointing to someone on the water. I followed her finger and saw a man standing on a surfboard. The one in that horrid teal wetsuit, she shivered. It was abominable, but at least it made him visible. Most other surfers wore gray long-sleeved wetsuits. Nacho had his chest bare and those colorful wetsuit pants. He zoomed along a wave, reaching out with his hand to keep his balance. His knees were bent as he adjusted his position on the small board, completely unfazed with the gigantic wave breaking over his head. That's not how you surf, bro. Everyone looked on in admiration, clapping and cheering. He suddenly turned and swung in the air, holding his surfboard above him in one hand. Wow, I want to learn how to do that, I breathed, stunned by the display. Now might not be the time. The waves are too big today. Besides, I don't think Marcella would allow you to surf in your state. But you could always try paddle boarding. Even I do that sometimes, even though I hate salt water. I turned to the ocean, watching the tattooed, hairless man walking our way with the surfboard under his arm. He looked breathtaking in those tight-fitting pants, his skin dripping with water. If not for the fact he was a kidnapper and a murderer, and I had a husband and was pregnant, I'd have fallen in love with him there in that moment. Oh my God. He's feeling like a beached whale trimester, literally, figuratively. Yep. Yep. Uh, Hey there. He dropped the surfboard and walked over to me. I knew what he was about to do and managed to shake off my stupor and turn my head to the side so his lips landed on my cheek. He smirked, leaning to my ear. Nice try, he whispered, and turned to his sister. Congratulations, you're going to be a dad. She gave him a great hug. His eyes darted to me, and I shrugged. I told you it was obvious, but you didn't believe me. I sighed and took a sip of water. I'm so happy we're going to have kids the same age, she prattled on, showering him with kisses. We should throw a party when Dad's back or announce it on New Year's Eve. I'm going to get it done. There's not much time, but we'll manage. I'm so happy. She fished her phone out of her bag and took a couple steps away, calling someone. Should I tell her or will you? I took my glasses off and rolled over on the sunbed. You know what? It's your problem. I won't get involved. And anyway, how can you hurt your sister like that? He looked at me with a puzzled expression. Oh, yes, you are hurting her. Do you have any idea how she'll feel when I miscarry and disappear? She's already treating me like family. You're heartless. I kill people for money, he said in a cold, calm manner. This is the appropriate response to the very stupid shit she just said. Right into my ear. I do not have a heart, Laura. I snapped my head back, looking him in the eyes. His gaze was unsettling. Ice cold. Now I knew the man kneeling by me on the sand was just what Massimo said he was. A cold, ruthless, cruel man. Yeah, it took you long enough, you dumbass bitch. Take some time to sunbathe. I'll go for a swim and we'll go home. You won't see Amelia again. How about you shouldn't have done that in the first place? And if a guy is supposedly this professional, he wouldn't have done this. Like, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely absurd. He grabbed his surfboard and left me alone, jogging towards the sea. Amelia showed up again, suggesting she hold off her plans for a bit longer, explaining that I had a heart condition, my pregnancy was high risk, and I could lose the baby at any time. She seemed very worried and a bit upset, but understood why I didn't want to announce anything just yet. I wasn't doing Nacho's work for him. I only wanted to save Amelia the heartbreak. She really did seem like an honest and good person. Nacho spent another 2 hours surfing. When the sun was starting to set, he planted his board by our sunbed and dried off with a towel. "Shall we have dinner together?" Amelia asked, looking at her brother. "We're already engaged," he replied. I was getting dressed and Amelia sat wrapped in her thin blanket, watching her sibling with a disappointed expression. It wasn't my fault she felt that way. It was the Spaniard who should feel guilty. He ignored her pouting and tossed me a hoodie. "Put it on. It might be cold in the car." We said our goodbyes and walked Amelia to her apartment before going to the parking lot by the beach. Nacho packed his surfboard into one of his friend's cars and grabbed me by the wrist, pulling me with him along the promenade. "Aren't you taking it home?" "I take you or the board. Come," he barked, opening the door of his car. "What is it?" I asked, gaping at the strangest car I'd ever seen. "A '69 Corvette Stingray." He was annoyed. I could hear it, but I got inside the beautiful black car. It was shiny, and very rare, and had tires with white writing. Amelia had been right when she said her brother's car was even more ostentatious than her own. Okay, a Corvette Stingray is a nice looking car. He gunned the engine, which let out a mighty roar. I felt the vibrations throughout my entire body. I couldn't help but smile. The Spaniard noticed. This is the Sicilian probably drive. Okay, we're coming up on a very offensive word that I personally hate. The Sicilian probably drives some faggy Ferrari, huh? I don't mind if you call his car ugly, but why are you calling it a gay slur? It's like that is like the N word for gay people. For anyone who doesn't know. So we're gonna burn that just because the world sucks. Oh yeah, she's such a great judge of character. She's got such a great head on her shoulders. He raised his brows, smirking, and stepped on the accelerator. The colossal V8 rumbled as we drove along the promenade. The sun had set, and I would have felt genuinely happy if not for the fact I was in a country I knew nothing about with a man I didn't like at all, yeah, except his body. I glanced at Nacho, whose head was bobbing to the rhythm of "I Want to Live in Ibiza" by Diego Miranda. The song flowed gently, and he patted the steering wheel with his fingers, singing under his breath. Here was my captor, a kidnapper and a murderer, vibing to a song that seemed further away from what I'd consider his style than pretty much anything else. But what was weirdest was that I just couldn't feel afraid of this man. Even when he tried acting tough or scary, my entire subconscious laughed at him. That's because there's something really, really wrong with you. All right, let's check out these cars. Okay, the BMW is actually not bad. That's a pretty standard looking car. So, yeah, I don't really consider that ostentatious. I mean, the Corvette Stingray is, I'm pretty sure that's in one of the Bond movies. So, like, it looked like the Bond movie cars. Like, it's not the nicest car, but as a classic, like I understand it. It's got a bit of a Jetsons vibe to it, honestly. That's probably of the time. The BMW is definitely the better car. Yeah, I think the Stingray is one of the James Bond cars. We entered the apartment and Nacho tossed his bag to the floor by the door before grabbing a towel and walking out to the terrace. I didn't really know what to do with myself, so I just sat by the kitchen bar and nibbled on some grapes. Amelia had been eating throughout our stay on the beach, and I had accompanied her. I had no room left for dinner. "You lied to me. Why?" I said finally as I recalled what my sister had told me in the car. Nacho returned to the room, leaned against the counter, practically laying on it, and smiled. Which lie are you talking about? I was gonna be like, you think he's only told you one, you dumbass bitch? Ugh, the chips are so tempting right now. Mostly because I'm starving and just want to eat anything. And I also really want to eat those chips. Mm, are there so many? I left the grapes alone. Pretty much all of it. The situation made lying a necessity. Amelia told me when your father will return. It seems kind of strange that you don't know. Aren't you supposed to work for him? He grinned. Why did you lie to me, Marcello? He's your kidnapper. Of course he's gonna. Why do you trust? Why are you dumb enough to trust anything he fucking says? You know what I'm gonna do if I'm kidnapped? I'm gonna not believe anything my kidnappers tell me. You know what? I think I like it better when you call me Nacho. He turned to the fridge and opened it. You'll be free in 2 days. Yes, probably. So now it's gone from weeks to 2 days. Probably. There was always the possibility that the volcano will explode and your Sicilian prince won't come. He grabbed a bottle of beer. Or I'll kill him and you stay with me forever. Yeah, I'm betting that's the real plan. Dumbstruck by his words, I didn't say anything for a long time. Nacho stayed silent too, sipping on his beer and watching me closely. Good night, I finally managed. You didn't say no, he called after me as I walked to the stairs. Good night. She didn't say no to what? Staying with you forever? Oh, what is any of this? Like, this feels like you didn't know where to go, so you just dropped the book in a pile of crazy. I shut the door and leaned back against it, blocking the way in. I was stressing today because I had a scene pop into my head, as happens when you're a writer. Entire scenes will just pop into your head. You have no idea from whence they came or where exactly you're going to fit it in, but you write it down because it fits and it works and you'll use it somewhere. And I was like 5 paragraphs into writing this scene, which is a lot for me in one day. And I realized I didn't sound anything like myself. The entire scene did not sound like me. Didn't sound like my style, didn't sound like my vibe or my tone or anything. And it's just to me somewhat like I added in like stuff to make it like story relevant, but the original rundown was just a fluffy nothing scene, which I don't tend to do ever. I need to do more of it. I know this, but it was very unlike me and weird. Hi, Deacon. Welcome back. I shut the bedroom door and leaned my back against it, blocking the way in. My heart was pounding and my hands had this strange tingling sensation. What was happening to me? I hid my face in my hands, trying to calm down. I wanted to cry, but my eyes wouldn't tear up. Oh, my stomach's growling way too much. After what seemed like minutes of inaction, I gathered up the courage to leave my room again and go to the shower. I endured the steady stream of cold water until my body stopped acting up. Only then did I properly wash myself and apply lotion. I did all that in a hurry, afraid I'd run into Nacho at some point, but thankfully I managed to avoid him. I got into bed, curled up to a pillow, and stayed still for a long time, thinking about my husband and all the wonderful moments we had spent together. When the fuck was that? Because we didn't see any of that. I wanted to dream about him. Better yet, I wanted him to be there when I woke up. Steps. I woke to the sound of steps in the bedroom. I was afraid to open my eyes, though my mind was telling me it was Nacho creeping into my bed. I had rolled down the blinds before going to sleep, and the room was completely dark. The floorboards creaked softly once more, and I stiffened, waiting for the Spaniard's next move. After his admission from last evening, I could only imagine what he wanted from me. Half awake, I frantically tried coming up with some ways to deal with what would inevitably happen in that moment. All the muscles in my body tensed as I heard Nacho breathing in dead silence. He was close, immobile as if waiting for something. Then I heard the sounds of a struggle. Terrified, I jumped out of bed, scrambling away from the source, reaching for a lamp. I flicked the switch, but it didn't work. My heart was racing. I crawled behind the bed. Okay, the bed's in the middle of the room. And kept crawling until I hit a wall. Okay, Who sleeps in absolute pitch black? There are blinds. Pull them up. Hell, grab your cell phone and turn the flashlight on. The sounds of fighting weren't dying down. Was I about to die? My hand slid across the wall, searching for the wardrobe. I huddled inside the small dressing room beneath rows of hangers, pulling my legs to my chest. I was so afraid. For the first time ever, she's actually scared. The worst thing was I had no idea what was happening. My forehead rested on my knees as my body started rocking back and forth. Suddenly the sounds abated. I saw the pale beam of a flashlight and felt nauseous. Laura, Nacho cried Laura, Nacho's cry finally made my eyes water. Laura. I tried responding, but I didn't manage to make a sound. My throat was too tight for that. When the door slid open and a pair of arms picked me up, I huddled against Nacho's neck, breathing in his fresh scent as my body began to tremble. Your heart pills, you need them, he asked, sitting me down on the bed. I shook my head and ran my eyes across the room, illuminated with the flashlight. It was wrecked. The lamp had been broken and thrown to the floor, the candles scattered, the rug ripped. Do you know how hard it is to tear a rug? The curtains torn, and there was a body on the floor. My head swam. I turned my head and threw up. I was dying. After a moment, the convulsions stopped and I collapsed on the bed, lifeless. Nacho grabbed a blanket and wrapped me in it, taking my wrist and checking my pulse. Nightwolf, you like the stingray? Then he carried me downstairs and switched on the lights. It's all right now. His strong arms were wrapped around me, giving me at least the semblance of safety. He's dead, I stammered, sobbing. Dead. You saw your husband shoot people. Shut up. Nacho's hand stroked my hair and I felt his lips on my head as we rocked on the couch. He was about to kill you, he whispered. I'm not sure if there's more of them. An alarm's been cut. I need to take you away from here. You'll go with Amelia. Tell her we had a fight. I'll come get you when I know what's going on. So now some other third party is trying to kill her. Or, because he is a liar, that person was sent by Massimo to try and rescue her and he killed them. We have no way to know right now. Father's security staff has her apartment under constant surveillance. Nobody will look for you there. Hey, I told you I'm here to keep you safe. Be back in a sec. Yeah, again, why are we believing this guy at all? I wanted to stop him but couldn't speak. I was too drained to ask him to stay. It felt like I was still asleep and everything that had just happened had been a nightmare. I rolled to my side, lying my head on the cool counter. Tears streaked down my cheeks. They cleared my head and calmed my breathing. Nacho returned after a while, dressed in the dark sweatsuit. Before he zipped up his hoodie, I noticed the harness with two guns beneath it. It didn't move or make a sound, even when he tried asking me things. You're in shock, Laura, but it will pass. He let out a cry of helplessness. Excuse me. You can't go to my sister in that condition. Come with me. He took me in his arms again, wrapped me tightly in the same blanket, and carried me outside the apartment, slamming the door shut behind us. As he took the elevator to the garage, he placed me on the floor, unzipped his hoodie, took out his guns, and cocked one. The route was clear. Nacho took me in his arms, carried me to the car. So he's carrying her to the car with a gun in his hand. That's a hell of a magic trick. Carried me to the car and buckled me in. The engine roared and the Corvette shot out of the garage. Yeah, try and keep a low profile in your very noticeable, super rare vintage car. I didn't know how long we drove. I remembered hearing the Spaniard talking on the phone several times, but I didn't know Spanish, just like I didn't know Italian. I had no idea what he was saying. I felt him checking my pulse every once in a while, flicking my hair from my forehead to check if I was still alive. I hate the fact that in my own novel, the actual love interest, who is nothing like any of this, one of the things that he does as an I love you jester is checking her pulse, because that is for different reasons, though. No, she doesn't have a mystery heart condition in my book. It is for completely different reasons, and it's a reassuring thing for her, and it is done out of love and also concern, but mostly love and mostly as an I'm here. You know, when you're a kid and you go out with your parent and you hold their hand, and sometimes they'll just squeeze your hand in like that reassuring, I'm here kid kind of way. It's that. It's their version of that. because they're not. She has a thing about holding hands, so they do that instead. No, Deacon, it got worse. Flicking my hair from my forehead to check if I was still alive. I think I must have looked like I had died, completely numb and staring ahead without blinking. Come to me, he said when we stopped, taking me in his arms again and starting to walk. At first I could only see the sand, then the ocean, finally a small house on the beach. He walked up the 3 steps to the veranda and entered the building. I closed my eyes, feeling the touch of a soft mattress under my back and then Nacho's arm wrapping itself around me. I fell asleep. Make love to me. The sound of his voice was an invitation. Make love to me, Laura. Is she dreaming or is he actually... The colorful tattooed hands explored my naked body as the first rays of the sun illuminated the room. Is this her dreaming or is this real? Through half-closed eyelids I saw slender fingers tightening on my naked breasts. I moaned and spread my legs as he slid between them. Our lips met for the first time, and his soft, delicate mouth brushed against mine. He didn't use his tongue. He wrapped his lips over mine. Not sure how that works. Delighting in the taste of me. That was slow torture, but also turned me on, making my underbelly buzz with excitement. I needed to let loose, diffuse the tension inside me. His hips rubbed against my thighs, and I felt his hard, ready manhood. Our fingers entwined and tightened. I slid my tongue into his mouth, and he returned the kiss. He was subtle, gentle, and sensitive. In other words, the opposite of Massimo. I lifted my hips slightly. He didn't wait for another sign. I felt him entering my wet pussy. I cried out, but my voice was stifled by his kiss. His body tensed, his face hovered above my neck, biting, licking, kissing as he leisurely moved inside me. Nacho. Either you're having a very bad dream or a very good one. I heard his warm voice and opened my eyes. Okay, so yeah, she's having a sex dream. He was laying next to me half awake with that charming smile on his face. Eyes closed, rolled onto his back, taking his hand away. So, a good one or bad? I didn't respond. Good one, I'd wager. Me or Massimo? He asked, opening one green eye. He watched, gauging my reaction. You, I breathed. He hesitated, taken aback. Why would you answer? Why would you possibly answer that? Was I good? He asked, allowing a grin to form on his lips. Gentle, I whispered, rolling to my back. Very gentle. I stretched. It was quiet for a while. I closed my eyes, slowly shrugging off the dream. Suddenly the pleasant images vanished, replaced by a collection of last night's events. It felt as if someone had punched me in the gut. My breath stuck in my throat. There had been a dead man in my bedroom. I swallowed. When I opened my eyes, I saw Nacho hovering above me. Everything all right? He asked, taking my wrist again. How did you know that man wanted to kill me? Why are you believing him? I stared into his eyes as he counted the passing seconds. Maybe because I found him by your bed with a syringe of something that would cause you to die of a massive heart attack. They were going to make it look natural. Again, fucking prove it! He released my hand and brushed my hair off my forehead. Did you know that man? How did you see anything in the darkness? And what were you doing in my room? I asked. That numbskull went to my room first. Amateur. Nacho shook his head. So when he left, I was still alive. I knew it was about you. I got my night vision goggles and went after him. Did you recognize him? I don't remember, I replied. I reached for his phone and he showed me a photo of the dead body. I nearly fainted. Ah, it doesn't count. It's it's Rocco, I stammered, covering my mouth with my hand. Massimo's bodyguard. Is my husband trying to kill me? No, he sent him to rescue you, bitch. Is she dumber than a why is she dumber than a jar of dirt? Why is she that stupid? I couldn't believe that. I wouldn't. Well, put one and one together, you dumb bitch. While I'd love that to be the case, I don't think so. Someone bribed him. We'll get to the bottom of this. Okay, just shut up. He got out of bed and stretched, went to the window and opened it, letting in a waft of fresh ocean air. If you died, it would have meant all out war. I believe the people who ordered Rocco to kill you were my father's enemies, so let's just add another layer of complication to this shit. I jumped to my feet and faced him, suddenly buzzing with anger. I thought you said nobody could get here without your father's say so, I hissed. You're supposed to know everything that happened here. You know nothing. I balled my fist and spun on my heels, storming out of the room and outside the house. So we're throwing a fit again. Because it makes for a good script, why he would answer. oh. I need chips. Handcuffs would also make this easier. And have something to focus on. I sat on the steps leading to the beach and cried. Despaired, more like. I wailed like a wounded animal, slammed my fists on the wooden boards until the pain was too much. And then Nacho appeared. He wore a wetsuit and had a surfboard under his arm. He passed by me and went straight towards the water. I piped down, staring at his back as he plunged into the waves. The audacity! Oh, what? How dare he not fall for my temper tantrum and give in to me? As soon as a conversation as soon as a conversation had gone the wrong way, he'd just run. Or maybe there was something that he didn't want me to know. What in the actual fuck is that? I went back inside and made myself a cup of tea, sitting by the table and scanning the room with wary eyes. It was a large open space, a dining room with a kitchen annex plus a living room, with a massive fireplace and a large flat screen TV above it. The decor was minimalist, but the earthy colors made it feel comfortable, like home. A surfboard was propped against the wall by the door, another one stood in the corner of the dining room. I looked around and discovered there were more of them, hanging from the walls or lined up on a rack. Some of them, the older ones, had been transformed into furniture. There were colorful rugs on the floor, giving the space some much needed life, and the large, soft sofas looked very inviting. The windows on three of the walls looked like the ocean. The house was also surrounded by a wide terrace. I got up and went to the kitchen, opening the fridge. It was full. Had Nacho planned everything? I helped myself to cold cuts, cheese, eggs, and some other things, preparing a hearty breakfast. Stop talking about food, I'm so hungry. When it was ready, I ate and then went in search of the bathroom. It was right next to the bedroom where we had slept. I took a shower and wrapped myself in a towel before going to check out the wardrobe by the bed. The contents were neatly arranged. I grabbed one of Nacho's colorful t-shirts and put it on before going back to the bathroom. I needed to brush my teeth, and there was only a single toothbrush on the counter. I looked everywhere but had to admit defeat. There's only one. I turned around and saw Nacho dripping with water, standing next to the doorway with only his boxers on. They were white and wet, completely translucent. He stepped closer and turned back to the sink, stepping right behind me. This is also what Massimo did, just randomly being naked around her. He stepped closer as I turned back to the sink, stepping right up behind me. We'll have to share, he said cheerfully, with the intense look of his green eyes in the mirror finally made it possible for me to tear my own stare away from his crotch. She is just too horny. I turned the tap on and started brushing my teeth, avoiding his gaze. Like a married couple, he added, amused. I raised my eyes and saw him enter the shower cubicle, naked. The toothbrush fell out of my gaping mouth and hit the stone surface of the counter. A pool of minty foam dribbled down my chin. I fixed my eyes on the black granite of the sink and closed my mouth. My mind was working frantically, trying to come up with an elegant way to extricate myself from this absurd situation. I put the toothbrush back in its place and went straight to the door. My hand was already on the doorknob when the sound of running water died down. "Do you know why you're running from me?" he asked, and I heard the tapping of his feet on the floor. "You're afraid." I snorted and turned his way. He was right there, just a few inches away. "Dude, you kidnapped—" Ugh. Ugh. "How've you?" I smirked, looking him straight in the eyes as he wrapped his hips with his towel. I was silently thanking God that he'd covered his dick. Seriously. "Sarah, I think you're the only one in the room who has kids. Does even pregnancy horny explain her obsession with his cock at this point? Like, I get that you can be super horny when you're pregnant, but does that literally make you want to jump on any penis in the room?" "Of yourself." He raised his eyebrows and leaned closer to me. "You don't trust yourself, so you prefer to avoid things that feel more and more enticing." I took a step back, but he followed, and with each inch I retreated, my panic was growing. A couple more steps and I'd hit the door. My back touched the wooden surface. I was trapped. The two of us stood immobile, looking at each other as our breathing quickened. "I'm pregnant," I said dumbly. He shrugged. Nacho's arms landed on the wall on both sides of my head. Again, he is copying what Massimo did move for move. His face drew closer to mine. The gaze of his sunny green eyes pierced me to my core, making me shiver. The uncomfortable silence was broken by the sound of a ringing phone. I shifted slightly, making way for Nacho to leave and pick it up. He went outside and sat in the sofa chair by the door and accepted the call, putting on a pair of surfing shorts. "Tomorrow," he growled, in his jovial manner replaced with a grim frown as he tossed the cell phone away. "The Sicilians will come tomorrow." He paused for a long while before reaching out with a hand, palm held upward. "Pass me the yogurt." I obliged and he took the bowl of white stuff. I plopped down on the chair, stunned. Inside I felt giddy excitement. I'll see Massimo tomorrow. He will take me in his arms and carry me away from here. I exploded with glee, jumped to my feet, hugged Nacho briefly. "Why are you hugging?" And started to run around like a maniac. The Spaniard shook his head, pouring the yogurt over a bowl of cereal. I zoomed through the door and sprinted outside to the cool sand, jumping around like crazy and finally collapsing on the ground, staring at the cloudless sky. "I understand you want to go home and you're happy to be, like, rescued, but you're literally just running around and jumping around like a fucking 2-year-old. You're a grown-ass woman and you're pregnant. Sit down." Again, a grown adult does not act like this. "He'll come for me and make all this go away." But would that be so easy? I fucking doubt it. I sat up and looked at the house, watching Nacho as he ate his breakfast, leaning against the doorframe, with nothing but his surfing shorts on. His posture was relaxed, and he slowly chewed his food, keeping his eyes on me. Would I be able to just go back to normal now, after meeting this child in a man's body? Where are you fucking getting that from? Where is that from? Like, bitch, that's not how he acts. If that is what the author intended, you missed the mark by a wide goddamn fucking range. And we're saying what? That she has trauma bonded, pair bonded, captor bonded, fallen in love, Stockholm, whatever, with this guy when she's been awake around him for what? A collective 6 hours at this point? Oh, can I ever go back to my violent, abusive, son of a bitch, coke snorting husband? After I've been kidnapped by a hitman who is so nice to me. Except he's not, and he admits that he's lying about everything, and he's a very devious, evil bastard, and he doesn't really hide it. Deacon, I don't know the reference. We stared at each other, unable to peel our eyes away. My belly crumbled. I put both hands on it, stroking, calming the baby down. This was the first time my son had done that. I stood up, patted the sand off my skin, and went back to the veranda. Care for a swim? Nacho smiled, putting his bowl down. I'll teach you how to paddleboard. Amelia told me you wanted to try it. He placed his hands on my shoulders and squeezed. You're perfectly safe. Don't worry. Nothing's going to hurt you two. Is he going to drown her? I had never mentioned the baby when referring He had never mentioned the baby when referring to me before. I looked him in the eyes. He nodded slowly with a smile on his face. I don't have a swimsuit. I shrugged apologetically. That's not a problem. There's nobody around. So he just wants her to get naked. Which Discord, Deacon? Because I don't see anything. I shook my head, scowling. You can paddleboard in your everyday clothes. Oh, there we go. Or a wetsuit. I'll go grab you one. Besides, I've already seen you naked. He called out, disappearing in the house. Oh, that's so nice. The first night, I froze, rooted to the spot, suddenly disconcerted, and wondered when. When had he seen me naked? I stepped inside, rubbing my temples, thinking. Yeah, 'cause thinking makes her brain hurt, 'cause she doesn't do it. Ever. The first night, he said, reading my mind. What? I didn't know you weren't wearing any underwear. He hung the wetsuit on the back of the chair next to mine. You have a sweet pussy. There's a sentence? Are we gonna find out he fingered her while she was unconscious too? Because Massimo did that. Oh, it's a shampoo? Okay, it's one I've never heard of. He added with a smile, leaning over me briefly before walking into the kitchen. This isn't funny, I shot up, pointing a finger at him. Not funny at all, Marcello. Okay, this is not Will and Grace. Stop it. He placed a pile of dishes in the sink and turned to face me, crossing his arms. Also, who thought that Karen and Jack needed a spin-off? Who said it was supposed to be funny? He narrowed his eyes, paused, and then closed the distance between us in one great leap. He wrapped his arms around me before I could react. I couldn't look away. You were unconscious, but you were... You were unconscious, but you were so wet. His green eyes scanned my face. He brushed his lips against the tip of my nose. You were asleep after what I gave you, but I'm... How does this get worse? How does it get worse? I was right, and I was more than right. I should have seen this coming, but he is worse than Massimo, and I really need a fucking drink. I can't have one, which sucks right now. But I may be about to throw up. Warning, this sucks. He brushed his lips against the tip of my nose. You were asleep after what I gave you, but I made you come. I fucked you until morning. You're very tight. I almost accused him of that, and I stopped myself because I didn't think the book would go that far. Why do I keep doing that? This is like the 7th or 8th time I have thought book won't go that far, and it immediately does. So this is part of the I'm too nice to people thing. I give things that don't deserve it the benefit of the doubt, thinking they won't be that horrible, but they are. I'm like losing the will to live here. said, pushing me back until I touched the fridge. I put it inside you slowly, softly. That's why I was like that in your dream. He rubbed his crotch on my hip. I'm like grabbing a knife and stabbing him repeatedly. I listened, saying nothing, feeling a rising wave of petrifying fear. It was staggering what he said. I froze, unable to move a muscle. My eyes watered. I had cheated on my husband. No! No, 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 no. Fuck this book. Fuck this author. I hope something very bad happens to her. I'm not going to say I want somebody dead because you should never say that. But I want something very bad to happen to her. In the broke both your legs in a skiing accident kind of way. You didn't fucking cheat, you dumbass bitch. Because cheating is a choice. And to make a choice, you have to be conscious. You have to be awake to make a choice. So no, you didn't cheat. The word you're looking for was I was raped. That's what you're looking for. Because somebody fucking you while you're unconscious is rape. See our national anthem video. It specifically says that. Unconscious people don't want sex. See, this is why we play our national anthem, so that when things like this come up, we all know better. That this is not cheating, this is rape. And I hope this guy gets his balls cut off very slowly, fed to him, and then his brains blown out. Well, no. Cut his balls off, feed him to them, set him on fire, watch him suffer for a long time, like 10, 15 minutes, then shoot him. Yes. Okay, it's the shampoo thing, the Calgon. I've never heard of this. Is it still around? We don't have this in Canada if it is still around, but it's from the year I was born, so I'm not surprised that I haven't heard of this because I suspect it hasn't been around in a while. I believe it says unconscious people don't want tea. Thank you, persnickety. I would like to be an unconscious person now. I would like to not have a functioning brain and not know how things work or the difference between consent and not. We did have it here. We haven't seen it in a long time. Okay, because I've never heard of it, but there's different brands out west than there are east, so that's also true. Not consciously, of course, but the fact remained. No, it doesn't. I wasn't pure anymore. Somebody fucking shoot me. And his son had been defiled. Massimo would die if he discovered that. Okay, one, this doesn't affect your baby. Shut the fuck up. And if this turns into some kind of purity crap or she like runs away to a monastery, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna kill something first, but then I'm gonna die. This is so disgusting. Like, can you think of a worse message to send? And let's not, by the way, with the I wasn't pure anymore comment, let's not forget she was no goddamn virgin when she met Massimo. So shut the fuck up with your religious purity garbage bullshit. Another wave of fear washed over me, and another even more, until I felt weak, about to faint. Nacho must have noticed my expression because he released me and took a step back. I'm a pretty good liar, eh? He grinned. I swore I was going to kill him then. He didn't manage to duck this time as my open palm swung through the air and slammed into his cheek. His head jerked back. Are we supposed to believe that he was lying about that? Is he lying about raping her, or he's lying about not doing it? Like, what's the lie? Does it matter? It does, but what is the lie? You are. I growled, snatching the wetsuit from the chair and stomping off to the bathroom. Oh, so we're still going paddle boarding. I put on a sleeveless shirt and the tight-fitting wetsuit over it. That's not how that works. I couldn't believe how easy it had been for him to string me along. I swore under my breath, hitting things at random. So we're cursing at random, hitting random things. Is she believing that he lied about raping her or what? I'm not sure which one she thinks right now. And by the way, putting on a wetsuit is a very difficult thing, especially if you've never done it before. Still shaking my head in disbelief, I stopped by the mirror and unzipped the wetsuit, freeing the upper half of my body. In my fury, I had sweated through my shirt already. I styled my hair in 2 French braids and smeared some cream over my face. What a dick, I thought, snorting. Nacho was spreading some paste over 2 surfboards on the veranda. He had his gaudy teal wetsuit on. Okay, that is a perfectly acceptable color for wetsuit. Like, what the fuck? The sight of his little butt made me seriously consider giving him a humongous kick in the ass by way of punishment. Yeah, little forward. Aim for the balls, honey. And what, are we're supposed to be saying that he lied about that? That he lied about raping her, right? Is that the takeaway? I'm genuinely not sure. Don't even think of it, he said as I raised my leg, making me halt mid-swing. Start waxing. I knelt beside him, took a small puck of wax, and started repeating his movements. Why are you doing any of this? Why are we doing this? I asked. Oh, I need food so bad. So you don't fall off. I don't have surfing shoes for you, and we don't want to take any risks. He paused, turning my way. But you can swim, can't you? Do we know that? Can she swim? I don't think she can. I screwed up my face. He laughed. I've trained to become a lifeguard, I announced, raising my head proudly. You know, and yet you nearly drowned when you fell off the boat because you couldn't fucking swim. The only person here that needs guarding is you, he retorted and propped the board up. That's enough. Ready for your lesson. He grabbed both boards and headed towards the coast. There are a few things you need to remember, he said when we reached the water. There wasn't much theory, as the activity we were about to embark on wasn't too complicated. The ocean was calm, but Nacho explained the waves could come without warning and vanish equally unexpectedly. Just like the wind. The water around the Canary Islands was predictable enough, and I was sure I'd quickly tame it. Yeah, because surfing is one of those things known to be easy. Unlike Nacho himself. Anyway, after a couple of accidental falls into the salty ocean, didn't he say she wasn't supposed to fall? Like, fucking duh, it's her first time doing it. Of course she's gonna fall a lot. I finally got the hang of paddleboarding. My eyes stung and I felt like throwing up after gulping down a mouthful of water. Yeah, don't swallow salt water, that's bad. But I was proud of myself and felt happy. Not didn't rush me, paddling right next to me, and I watched the play of his muscles under his skin. The man just told you he raped you in your sleep, and he may or may not be telling the truth about that, and you're still attracted to him? Bend your knees and try not to position your board parallel to the waves. He just he just managed to say that when an unexpected wave washed over my side of the board and I landed in the water again. This time I panicked. I fell in pretty deep and lost my bearing. Which way was up? Bitch, you fell like 2 feet under. Look for the light. Look for your board. Just reach your hand up. I'm not a good swimmer, but I'm better than this. I tried swimming, but another wave rolled over me and I spun. Oh, we're doing that cliff jumping scene from Twilight, right? Suddenly, I felt a pair of strong hands slide around my chest and pull me towards the surface. I coughed as Nacho threw me over my board, just like when Massimo rescued her. Notice how this guy is repeating literally everything from the first time she was kidnapped? Whether that's the author being incredibly lazy or we're going to find out that he knew and he's trying to, again, what I said, recondition her so that she loves him and not Massimo, because he's doing the same things that worked for Massimo. Yeah, follow the bubbles also works. This book contradicts itself more than. Yep. Yep. I, you all right? He asked with real worry in his voice. Wow, something she hasn't heard from her husband ever. And I nodded faintly. We're going back to the beach. No, no, let's stay, I managed between coughs. I like it, and I've wanted to try for a long time. I crawled over the board and sat astride it, looking at the Spaniard as he floated next to me with uncertainty in his eyes. The sun was shining warmly, and the beautiful sight of the long black sand beach made me feel so carefree. Yeah, and they're really the only ones out here. That's how tropical destinations work. Please, I made the cutest face I could muster, but it didn't seem to work. You owe me for that vile lie. Okay, so we're saying he lied about raping her. Do we think this is actually true? I don't. I think her dream was not a dream. I got up and smacked him with the paddle. Nacho laughed and jumped on his own board, pulling away. Are you sure it was a lie? He asked, when he was far enough that I couldn't reach him with the paddle. You have a small scar on your right butt cheek. Looks like a burn. How did you get it? Okay, that could just mean he saw her naked. And he did say he saw her naked because he took her dress off. I wobbled on my board, nearly falling off again. How the hell did he know about that? I definitely hadn't shown it to him, and I only wore those cotton boxers all the time. He didn't have anything else in his drawer. I started paddling furiously, trying to catch up to Nacho, but he escaped me. We played like that for some time. I'm sorry, he's alluding to the fact that he may or may not have raped you while saying that he's at least seen you naked and spent enough time looking at your ass to know that you have a scar. And we're calling this, we played like that for some time, happy like children, chasing each other until I felt just how exerting this sport really was. He's making jokes about having violated your body. You're not sure if he actually did or not, but he's at the very least seen you naked and spent a long time staring at your butt while you're unconscious, and you're playing. We played like that. We're playing. What is anything? What the fuck is anything? Just why is everything in this book? Why are there 18 pages of it left that I still have to get through in the next hour 15 at most? She genuinely is absolutely the worst. I am going to stretch and take a moment to do our third shout out of the evening. A reminder that for $10 you can sponsor a random duck or a painted duck. Please put which painted duck you would like in the message so that I know, or else I will pick one at random. We still have handcuffs available for 25. I'm not giving in on that tonight because that would make life so much better right now. Or for $50, I will finally be able to open the bag of chips that have been taunting me all week and stop my stomach from growling at me as it's currently doing. I always mess up my ponytail so badly. Ugh. Eh. I unbuckled the board from my ankle and left it in the water as I stepped out of the sea. By the way, is the ankle monitor she has on waterproof? Apparently it is. I unzipped the wetsuit and pulled it halfway down when I reached the veranda and got rid of it altogether, hanging it on the peg on the wall. Nacho followed me, lugging both boards. He stopped by the house, leaning them against the railing. He lifted his head, and I saw a smirk vanish from his face, replaced with an expression I hadn't seen yet. I took a look around, wondering what shocked him so much. Finally, looking down and realizing my mistake. I'd only had on the white sleeveless shirt under the wetsuit. When it got wet, it became completely translucent. Also, you're not wearing any bottoms, so you're pretty much naked in front of him. Did you fail to notice this? Start running, Nacho said coolly, his wild green eyes fixed on my erect nipples. Because what, he's about to attack her? I took a step back and he followed me at a run. I rounded the corner and started running. His hand clamped around my wrist. So, what the fuck is this? Literally, what the fuck? He clamped his hand around my wrist and pulled me to him. Then his tongue slipped past my lips before I could react. Okay, we're literally. Okay, men should be more insulted by this, and here's why: because we have a fourth. Yeah, because we can count Massimo, his twin brother, and Dominic, and this guy now. We have a fourth man who, if he gets sight of a naked woman, especially if it's a nipple, literally turns into a violent rapist monster and literally cannot control himself or stop himself from attacking the woman and trying to rape her because she is naked or some degree of naked. Like, this is doing the Twilight thing where Stephanie Myers had to take religion out of Twilight to get it published. By the way, after writing it saying that, of course, somebody can write a good religious erotica novel. No, you can't, because religion is all about repression, particularly when it comes to sex and sexual expression and sexual freedom. So, no, you can't write a good religious erotica novel. That's never, ever, ever going to happen. Not if the religion is true. You can cloak it in religion, and many movies have, and many, many, many more pornos. Nuns are a very popular subject in porn. But this is Catholic. Like, Twilight is Mormon. This is the Catholic version. This is what this is. It's just not saying it. And again, you only get into it at the end. Like, Twilight doesn't get super religious till you get to the fourth and fifth one with the pro-life, even when the mother's life is at risk, anti-abortion bullshit that it so heavily leans on and also fucks up and is disgusting about. This is women are asking for it. That's what this is. This is men are horny, disgusting animals who can't control themselves. And as the woman, it's your job to be wearing practically a burqa all the time. Because if they see any part of your body, they will lose control and attack you, and it's all your fault. That's what this is. Nightwolf, don't make me smack you. I promise I will reach through the screen and I will smack you about the face, and then I will put a vice grip on your balls. Because no, I'm not looking forward to seeing this fucking new Twilight movie, which is not a movie. Isn't it like some dumbass streaming short series, whatever? I don't even remember who the fuck owns the rights right now, and that may be about to change because the whole Paramount merger thing. So those rights may be about to transfer, which I'm hoping. Hey, I'll give it this one: if the media merger between whatever company and whatever company results in the Twilight movie series spinoff, whatever, being canceled and never happening, go for it. Can we at least have aliens? Aliens would make this better. There's nothing that would not make this better. His tongue slipped past my lips before I could react. He released my hand and instead put his hands on my cheeks, kissing me deeply and passionately. Why wasn't I trying to defend myself? 'Cause you never do? I didn't want to. I couldn't. Maybe I just wanted it as much as he did. Okay, now you're getting into being a cheating whore. My hands dangled along my sides, and I found that my tongue returned the kiss, as did my lips. Seconds passed, and I didn't retreat, standing with my head raised, allowing myself to be kissed, and feeling a wave of lust rising inside me. That finally sobered me up. I clenched my teeth. Nacho stopped, our foreheads touching. He screwed his eyes shut. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself, he breathed, his voice drowned out by a gust of wind. Yeah, do that on a public street. A woman whose skirt is letting a little bit of butt show. See what happens to you. Yep. Yeah, they literally, yep, they just said it. They just said it. I couldn't help myself. I saw your titties and I couldn't help myself, literally. Right up there with boys will be boys. I can see that, I replied, exasperated. Let me go. He took his hands away, and I turned my back on him, heading to the door. My knees were shaking, and the pangs of guilt that appeared immediately took my breath away. What was I doing? I was alone with a murderer in the middle of nowhere, cheating on my beloved husband who was probably mad with worry by now. That's almost entirely correct. I took my clothes off in the bedroom, closing the door first and putting on a pair of boxers and a shirt I found in the closet. Then I got into bed, covering myself with the sheets, head included. I felt the salty water trickling from my hair to my face. The sound of the doorknob being turned made my breath catch. I listened. Everything all right? Nacho asked, staying in the doorway. I murmured something in assent and heard the door close again. I fell asleep. All she's done this entire kidnapping is sleep and sleep and sleep and sleep and sleep. Like, she's been conscious around this guy less than a collective 8 hours, I swear. Over like 4 days now. It was sunset when I woke again. I wrapped myself in a blanket and left the room. The house was empty, but I thought I could hear quiet sounds of a guitar playing outside. I passed the threshold and saw Nacho standing on the grill sipping a beer. He was wearing loose, torn denim trousers. They kept sliding off his butt, displaying the white Calvin Klein boxers beneath. A small bonfire was dancing next to him, and a Bluetooth speaker was playing I See Fire by Ed Sheeran. At least that's someone I've actually heard of. I was about to wake you up, the Spaniard said, putting the bottle down. I made dinner. I wasn't sure if I wanted to talk to him right now, but my growling stomach told me I had no other choice. I took a seat on the sofa chair nearby and pulled up my knees, covering myself with my blanket. Nacho moved a small table and another chair so we sat facing each other. I looked around and nodded. This was beginning to look like a proper romantic dinner. There was bread seared over the fire, olives, tomatoes, and pickled onions. The table was illuminated by candles. Nacho placed the plate before me and grabbed another for himself. Bon appetit, he said. The smell of grilled fish, squid, and other delicacies brought out the demon in me. I cared nothing for uh, savoir-faire, and devoured my dinner, tearing myself great chunks of delicious bread and following each bite with olives. Ugh, olives, ew. This is my private retreat, Nacho said, glancing about. This is where I go when I want to escape the world. I'd live here if I could. He paused. With someone. I lifted my eyes and observed the Spaniard's eyes changed under my scrutiny. He'd never know, Nacho added. His smile vanished as he leaned back in his chair. It's only you and me. I raised a hand to cut him off. So he's basically saying, hey, you want to actually sleep with me? Nobody'll ever know, I swear. Like, what do you bet he was videoing everything and the video of Laura kissing him is going to get distributed to other mafiosos at some point? Or just to Massimo, either way? Yes, it does. The way she uses the word Spaniard sounds like the. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it does. That's the thing. She is racist. And that's got to be the author. But yeah, no. She said she she actually used the word faggy in here, which I don't care if you're trying to make the character a bad guy. You don't use that word. And she used, I'm not going to say it, but she used WAP for Massimo in the first book, which is an extremely, like I said, that's the N word for Italians. Or I think it's WOP. I'm not sure. I don't care. I think it's WOP. But yeah, you don't say that unless you want to get laid out and broken into several pieces. You don't say it. I'm not interested, I said, which was a lie, but I managed to sound convincing, I think. I love Massimo. He's the love of my life and nobody will ever replace him. I can't wait for Luca to be born. Massimo will kill you all if you try to take me away from him. I nodded vigorously, but it only seemed to amuse him. Excuse me. Tell me where he is now. He raised his brows, waiting for an answer. With none forthcoming, he continued. I'll tell you where your beloved husband is. He's off making money. Because you see, what Massimo Torselli loves most is money. Probably right. Not you, you poor naive girl. He's right on that. He came up with that ridiculous vision and embroiled you in his fucked up life out of sheer egoism. Were you ever kidnapped before you met him? What the what the fuck kind of question is that? He leaned in and closer and waited for a reaction. I thought not, he said, hearing nothing in reply. What's more, he couldn't even properly care for what he took responsibility for. If you'd like, I can dispel your doubts. Oh, are we gonna get AI video of Massimo like saying something stupid? What is this gonna be? He narrowed his eyes. The decision's yours. I can show you materials that will show your husband in a different light. You're not going to lie to yourself any longer. Your life with him is one big lie. I can show it all to you if you just ask. So we're gonna find out like Massimo lied about the vision thing because the movie certainly made it look real, but we've only seen the first movie. Maybe the second movie goes back on it. By the way, I do plan to screen the second movie tomorrow night. I know it's Easter Sunday. If nobody shows up, I'll move it to like Monday or Wednesday or something. But I'm at least gonna try. Or maybe we'll end up watching it twice with different people. I mean, we can always use a good laugh, and I'm sure it's going to be hilarious and terrible. Listening to you makes me want to throw up, I growled and got up. You don't have anything that would make me love Massimo any less. I spun around and stormed off, heading to the door. Before I went inside, I turned my head and calling out, scowling, "And you're not better than him. You've kidnapped me, blackmailed me, and now you think what? I'll fall in love with you?" Yes, that's exactly what he thinks, and it's working. He watched me for a long while, saying nothing, but then his expression changed abruptly and that familiar smile crept across his face. He clasped his hand behind his head. Me? No. I just wanted to fuck you. He raised his eyebrows. I stretched out a hand and gave him the finger, passing through the door. "You're a fucking bastard," I told him in Polish. "A piece of trash." I muttered some more obscenities and finally calmed down enough to take a shower and go to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. End of chapter. Because that's gonna fucking work. Yeah, right. This is the last chapter! Chapter 20! It's the last chapter! There are no more bookmarks in the book. Alright, we are officially on the countdown to the end of the book. Okay, it has a number of blank pages at the back for no reason. As acknowledgments that I'm not going to read. The official end of the book is 403 pages. We are on page 391. So we got there. We're going to finish this. So how do we think this ends? If we believe him, which I don't, he now says that Massimo is coming to get her tomorrow, which will be in the morning. Do we think we have A, Massimo doesn't show up, B, he sends somebody else. Going off either of those, he shows up, picks her up, and it goes smoothly, but as they're driving back home or they get back home or something, he has the video of her kissing the guy and he gets furious, and that's how we end it with maybe he's gonna kill her. Or him picking her up goes wrong. He tries to, I don't know, siege the place, blow it up, shoot somebody, or he tries to, or Laura tells him what this guy said / did, and he goes nuts and tries to shoot him. They get into a shootout. Like, I don't think he's just gonna show up, pick her up, and go home, and everything's gonna be fine. That's not much of an ending. Oh, that means after I'm done with this, I get to skin it and add it to my collection. I still got to find a good way to display that. I'm thinking I might just put them for now on a board and just put it right where the camera can see on that wall. That could be good because then it'll be in the back like our trophy wall. And it'll always be there. And I could easily rig it temporary and then do something better with it later. So that's one idea. The next day, we ate breakfast and headed back to town. Nacho took dozens of calls but didn't speak to me at all, not counting the bark of "let's go" when he was ready to leave. We drove into the underground garage of the apartment block and I recalled the night I was attacked. "What about Rocco?" I asked, staying in the car. "You didn't think I just left him there, did you?" "Yeah, and isn't you killing him gonna cause issues with somebody?" He slammed the door and went to the elevator. I felt sick as he was turning the key in the lock and passing the threshold. It was difficult to breathe and I couldn't follow him inside. Nacho snapped his head back and saw me standing in the doorway. He grabbed my arm. "The house is safe. My people cleaned up." He pulled me inside. "I need to change, then we'll go to my father. I advise you to change clothes too." He disappeared upstairs. I followed him but slowly, taking the steps one at a time, afraid of what I'd see on the upper floor. Nacho wouldn't be so cruel as to leave a dead body in my room, would he? No, because that would attract attention. He's not going to do that. I grabbed the handle, feeling a stomach cramp. The door opened a fraction and I peeked inside. Everything was in perfect order, and the strangled Sicilian was gone. Did we know he was strangled? I thought he shot him. I went to the closet and rummaged through it to find something more appropriate. After almost a week, I was about to see my beloved. I wanted to look dignified, like the wife of Don Torricelli instead of a tattooed surfer's girlfriend. It wasn't easy. My choices were shorts or shorts. Eventually, I managed to fish out something less gaudy. It was a pair of faded gray jeans and a white long sleeve shirt. I also pulled on a pair of loafers and styled, though that wasn't saying much, my hair. There was some mascara in the bathroom, so I was happy to see my skin, and I was happy to see my skin had gained some color in the sun, as there was no foundation to see anywhere. Oh my god, you're about to be released from a rapist, kidnapper, murderer guy, though that also describes her husband, and all you're concerned about is how you're going to look going back to him. Let's go, get your ass moving, I heard from downstairs. I took a last glance at the room, checking if I had left anything. I know, that was totally irrational. I hadn't brought anything because this wasn't a vacation. I had been kidnapped. I went to the lower floor and froze on the penultimate step. In the middle of the living room stood Nacho. In a suit. His tan skin and clean shaven head looked perfect in the white shirt and black suit jacket. He kept one hand in his pocket and the other by his ear holding a phone. He turned to me and looked me up and down. That outfit looked strange on him, but it was a nice change. And it has to be said, it made that arrogant prick look handsome as hell. Are you kidding? Stop it. Just stop. What the fuck? You look nice, he said, trying to keep himself from smiling. He failed. Well, right back at you, I replied, returning the smile. Let's go already. I need you out of my life, he said, forcing himself to adopt a more impassive expression. I crumpled my face. I knew he was just pretending, but those words still reverberated in my head, ruining my mood. Oh, you're unhappy that the kidnapper guy wants to be rid of you? He didn't think that, but he wanted me to think that it was just business for him. Something dawned on me then. I had grown to like this man. You liked him from day one. You liked him when he was about to kidnap you in the garden. Despite all his flaws, mainly the most jarring one, that he was a murderer, I did like him. What the act? What is wrong with this woman? There is something tangibly wrong with her. Because she doesn't act the way anyone should react to anything. On the one hand, I was glad Massimo would take me away. But on the other, I couldn't bear the thought that I'd never see Nacho again. What the actual fuck? If I was to overlook one little detail, that he'd kidnapped me, I was losing a friend. She's insane. She's fucking cracked. Like, does she have reactive attachment disorder that we don't know about? Because it's kind of how she's acting. A man that impressed me and who I had very much in common with. Like what? He dresses like a surf bum and you hate that. And he's a surfing assassin. What? What in the actual? Why? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. A man that could make me smile or rage in fury. But most important, a man I like to spend time with. It had only been a week, and you were conscious for like collective 12 hours of it. But I had grown close to him. No, didn't. That happens when you spend all your time with someone. Not always. The Corvette sped down the highway, and I thank God the Spaniard had closed the roof. Otherwise, my hair would have already been in complete disarray. I will say I did once have a scrunchie get sucked out of my hair driving on the highway in a car with no top. And I literally had bought the scrunchie. I had it on my wrist, and then when we were getting on the highway, I put my hair up quickly. It was tight though. Like I always did my scrunchie super tight. I used to get headaches. But we were literally the wind pulled the scrunchie off my hair. I was not happy because I liked that scrunchie. Also, then I just had to sit there and hold on to my hair because I can't tuck my hair like in the back of my shirt or anything, or I'll literally just have the most autistic spaz you've ever seen in the world, and I can't function like that. I literally can't function. I can't talk. I can't move. I can't do anything. Like, physical discomfort gets to me more than anything in the world, especially anything touching my back. Partly that's PTSD as well, but I can't handle being uncomfortable. I'd rather be in pain. We climbed higher and higher up the slope of the mountain, and it became narrower and more curvy. Suddenly the car stopped. Come on, I'll show you something, Nacho said, stepping out of the car. Is he gonna just like shove her over the side? Is this all bullshit? Nobody's coming. There is no negotiating. He just wanted to see if he could fuck her, and now he's just gonna kill her. Nacho said, stepping out of the car. He grabbed my hand and led me to the edge. Los Giganates? He said. I don't know how to pronounce that. Gigantes. The name of the town comes from those tall cliffs. They're almost 2,000 feet high in some places. When you swim up to them, you really see how enormous they are. I watched and listened enchanted. There are whales and dolphins in those waters. I also wanted to show you the volcano, uh, Tilde, whatever, Teide, but I'll miss you, I whispered, cutting in. He froze. Wait, is he gonna like come back in the third book and be like, "No, you love me. Come with me. I've fallen for you," and blah blah? Is that gonna be a thing? Because I will. It's just so unfair that I met you under those circumstances. We could have been friends, I said without any regrets. Why is this here? Why is any of this here? He pulled in closer. I felt his heart racing. You could stay, he breathed. See, this is what he really wants. He wants her to choose him. He wants to take her away. Oh, I saw what's coming up. And this absolutely confirms my theory. He's gaslighting her. He lifted my chin, making me look at him. I closed my eyes. Look at me, baby girl. Like, as if we didn't already know he's been playing her like a fiddle this whole time. And yes, we're still burning it. His words ripped me apart. That was what Massimo used to call me. What used to? He called you that literally the last time he saw you. That was the last thing he said to you before get out. Like, she's acting like she's been gone for 5 years. My eyes welled up with tears that streaked down my cheeks. I pushed my hand into Nacho's pocket and pulled out his sunglasses. I put them on, hiding behind the mirrored lenses, and went back to the car, saying nothing more. The house of Fernando Matos was a fortress. It was perched on a rock overlooking the ocean, unconquered. Whatever the fuck that means. There was an expansive garden hidden behind a tall wall. It was more a park than a garden, though. Colorful squawking parrots sat on tree branches, and there was a lake filled with fish. I had no idea how large the whole thing was, but if I had thought the mansion in Tormina was big, now I knew better. Oh, so you're married to like a middle level mob boss? Nacho parked the car by the entrance, passing several armed men stationed along the driveway. I stepped out hesitantly, unsure of how I should behave, before walking up to the Spaniard. 2 goons appeared in the door. They took positions behind me. Nacho told them something in an irritated voice and then started shouting. The two men dropped their heads but didn't relent. Nacho grabbed my elbow and pulled me towards the monumental mansion. What's going on? I asked, disoriented. They want to take you. My work is finished. He was serious and angry. They won't let I won't let them take you away from me. My stomach cramped. I'll take you to my father personally. Okay, what is going on here? Like what? Something very, very stupid is about to occur. We walked into the mansion and across an enormous hall which ended in a great door. The room behind it was massive too, with tall windows overlooking the ocean. Nothing obstructed the view. This part of the fortress floated in the air, situated on an overhang of the cliff. The view was breathtaking and terrifying at the same time. I didn't even notice the rest of the room until I heard a voice behind me. It was heavily accented. So it's you. I spun on my heel and saw an older, long-haired man standing by Nacho. He looked a lot more Spanish, or Canarian, as the locals like to be referred to, than Nacho. His skin was dark and so were his eyes. The man was elderly, but it was apparent that years back he had been very handsome. He wore cream-colored pants and a shirt of the same hue. Fernando Matos, he said, placing a kiss on the back of my palm. Laura Torricelli, the woman who tamed the beast. Please have a seat. What the actual? We're about to get a lot of bullshit. Yes, we are almost at the end. We are on page 395. And then I can eat something before my stomach crawls out of my throat. Though I will still have an unopened bag of chips that I now have to decide what I'm going to do with the chips. He gestured me to an armchair, taking a seat in another one. Nacho nervously poured a glass of some colorless beverage from a carafe on top of the desk, before taking off his jacket, unveiling the harness and two guns. He downed the glass and poured another, then sat on the couch and started turning the glass between his fingers. I'm very grateful for your hospitality, sir, but I'd like to go home now, I said in a calm, cultured voice. Nacho's been a wonderful host, but if you're finished with your games, I would like to. I heard you were loud-mouthed, Ferrando interrupted me. Yes, because she hasn't figured out yet that in the world of mafiosos, the wives are there to look pretty and for them to show off as trophies, literally, and exert their power over them to show off to the other mob bosses, but you're not supposed to speak, ever. Better. Gets really hard on your hand when the entire book is on one side. It's heavy. Fernando interrupted me, pushing himself back to his feet. Unfortunately, my dear, your husband didn't grace us with his presence. Oh, are we actually getting him not showing up? I heard his plane didn't take off. He spread his arms and turned to his son. Leave us, Marcelo. Nacho got up and downed his drink, placing the glass on the desktop, grabbed his jacket, and left the cavernous room obediently. He didn't look at me. I was alone and afraid. The man facing me now was an enigma. The one that had left at least gave me an illusion of safety. Your husband treated me like a nobody, the old man roared when the door closed. He propped his arms on both sides of my shoulders. And one of you is going to pay for that. Okay, so Massimo disrespected this guy somehow. Suddenly the door to the room opened again, but I wasn't able to turn my head. I was rooted to the spot, terrified. Fernando left my field of vision and greeted somebody. Their conversation was in Spanish. I only understood one word. Torricelli. Okay, so he showed up. He's late, though. Then the voices died down and I heard the clank of a lock. I was alone. I sighed with relief. You stupid bitch. A large, meaty hand landed on my head, grabbing my hair and pulling me to my feet before thrusting me onto the floor. I fell and hit my head on the edge of the coffee table. Blood streaked down my face. I touched my temple and raised my eyes. A man the age of Nacho was standing above me. His glare was full of disgust. With a strangely stiff hand, he patted down his hair before taking a step towards me. I kicked out with my legs, trying to scamper away, but didn't manage to escape his powerful kick. His foot pissed into my sides. Now we're at the end of 50 Shades, where Anna gets beat up by kidnapper guy. This is that. So this is going to be our emergency. Massimo, what it is Massimo's going to arrive. He's going to break in on this scene. He's going to shoot this guy, but she's going to be all bruised and, he's kicking her in the stomach. So it's going to be, oh my God, the baby. And that's going to be the cliffhanger is she's going to be either in her bedroom at home or in a hospital bed or some combination thereof. And like a monitor's beeping in the background, but she's in a coma or some shit and they don't know if the baby's okay. That's what it's going to be. That's what's going to be. Uh, I wrapped my hands around my belly, desperately trying to protect my baby from the maniac attacking me. My head swam and my ears rang, but I knew I couldn't black out. What had what had I done to this man? I was clueless. You have not figured out yet that it doesn't matter. You're a fucking pawn. You're a piece of property that other men kidnap back and forth and use to fight their little mob wars. When are you gonna fucking figure this out? None of anything of your life has anything to do with you anymore ever. You're not a person anymore. You gave that up. Get up, bitch, he roared, taking a seat in the armchair. How I was gonna say this should be the MMA guy, but he has broken arms and legs. I swallowed, pushing myself up on shaky hands, but did as he commanded. Why are you listening? Why are you listening? Why? The man gestured to the other chair. Remember me, he asked when I sat down. Do we know this fool? Is this somebody we know? What the fuck? I wiped some blood from my face. No, I muttered. So maybe you remember Nostro. We know this place? Or person? Maybe it's person. I raised my eyes, frowning. A club in Rome. Several months ago. It doesn't surprise me that you don't. Like all other whores, you were hammered. Oh, is this the nightclub where this guy tried to rape her and Massimo shot him through both hands? Is this that guy? Is this that guy? And now I guess that was disrespect and he's wants revenge on her because Massimo did that because she wouldn't obey him and started pole dancing and this guy thought that meant, that she was taking customers and Massimo got pissed and he said he shot this guy through his hands. Is it that guy? We didn't actually see him do that, but he said he did. Hi, Iron Senator, you're here right at the end. We got like 6 pages left of this book. So is this what that's about? Because way to not be sure that your audience is gonna remember that. What is that? Like halfway through the first book? And we haven't heard anything about it? Like Ironton, are you on my Discord? Because if you were on my Discord, you wouldn't be late. Okay, that's the link to my Discord. Yeah, because I don't think we're friends on Discord, so I can't just directly send you the link. But we always put out lots of announcements for book club. Yeah, I don't have you on my friends list. Oh, there you are. Hello. Everyone wave at Ironton in the Discord. And next week we're starting a new book, so you'll be right on time. Tomorrow we're watching the movie of this. Tomorrow, around 8:30, we're gonna watch the movie of this. We watched the first one when we got to the end of the first book. Trust me, you didn't miss anything. So is that guy is just beating the shit out of her for that? You don't see Ironton in the chat? Maybe YouTube is doing something with the chat. I know it's been weird lately. Like did anybody else have this, by the way? I forget which day, but there was a day this week where on my subscriptions page where it shows you all the videos that the channels you're subscribed to that have come up today, on that page, when I was clicking on the thumbnails, nothing would happen. It was just a facade. There was no links behind the videos. No matter what I clicked, it wouldn't go to it. It was like that for like 4 hours. But Nightwolf Ironton's in my Discord now, so you can always talk to him on that. Yeah, unless Ironton has everybody blocked. A bleary image of that night flashed through my mind. Remember that, bitch. He launched himself to his feet and slammed his fist into my face. He raised one hand in front of my eyes, holding me by the hair with the other. Your bastard of a man shot my hands through. It is that guy! It is that guy! I'm amazed I remembered that. But seriously, this is who we're bringing back as the bad guy? There's so many better fucking options. His palms had identical circular scars on them. Well, bullet wounds through your hand heal really fucking fast in this universe because no way would that be healed by now. It was like maybe 3 months ago. That's why I remembered. The Nostro, late evening. I had finished my pole dance and one of the men there thought I was a hooker. 'Cause you were dressed like a hooker. I'm not blaming her, but but also these are the types of men that think every woman is a hooker. It's just a question of price. He grabbed me, and Massimo. I covered my mouth with both hands. Massimo had shot his hands through. The right hand will never be fully functional again, and the left is completely useless. The man looked at his hands for a while, turning them around. Humiliated because of a whore. He snapped. I've been thinking of what I'd do to you for a long time, but I decided to off that motherfucker instead. Your husband. Okay, yep, just full on crazy bastard. Guy who didn't even have a name in the first book still doesn't. He's the big bad. He punched me again and I felt my lip bursting. Blood seeped down my chin. He's going to kill me. I huddled in the armchair. At first, I'd sent that idiot Anna to kill you, but even though she's a very good driver, she wasn't able to ram you off the road. Okay, so I guess he's connected to her family too? So everybody's in on this. The man leaned over me. I didn't want to drag Mr. Matos into this. I wanted to deal with you myself, but that bitch fell for one of the damn Torricellis. Okay, so I guess her and the evil or twin really are together, and I guess she told him, like, hey, I'm hooking up with one of the Torricelli brothers now, well, a second one, so I'm back on their side, so I'm not gonna go after Massimo or Laura. I mean, are we supposed to believe she is really, like, letting bygones be bygones? When she said she was going to kill Laura because she was pissed that Massimo threw her away like garbage. Like, he slammed a hand into the backrest of my chair and I squeezed my eyes shut in terror. Luckily, before that, I managed to set her brother against Massimo. She told him Massimo had killed her unborn child. I met Emilio myself and told him Your beloved husband had a little too much to drink one time and boasted of making Anna abort her baby. That made things appropriately tense. He paced the room with a satisfied smirk on his face, speaking as if it were any funny story you could tell your friends over a dinner table. Then it got even better. They tried killing each other. Unfortunately, Massimo got lucky again. So he's saying he's the wizard behind the curtain. He's been pulling the strings all along. I am not buying this. This author is not nearly as clever as she thinks she's trying to be here. Because ain't none of this been foreshadowed or set up in any way. Also, it makes no fucking sense. But at least he got rid of Emilio for me, and this allowed Matos to take over parts of Nepal. The man paused, pouring himself a glass of the same colorless beverage that Nacho had had. Can't you just say vodka? It's vodka or gin. Like, no, his hands were stiff and it took him some time. My head hurt, but at least the blood had congealed and wasn't streaking down my face anymore. I felt my lips swelling, but all I could think of was my baby. What are you going to do to me? I asked, trying to sound fearless. The man rose from his seat slowly, strolled towards me, and unexpectedly shot out with his arm, punching me again in the same spot. My mouth burst in a cascade of blood, and I cried out in pain. Don't interrupt me, you bitch. Yeah, if ever there's a moment to not say anything, this would be it. He roared, wiping his hand on my shirt before taking his seat again. You can scream all you want here. The room is soundproof. If I shot you, nobody would hear it. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. He basked in victory for a while before continuing. I watched Massimo and finally realized nothing would hurt him more than losing you. And that's good, because you're the reason I can barely hold a glass of water on my own. He raised his right stiff hand. I had to learn to use my hand, but my condition is so bad I can't do a lot of things without help. I had to order a special gun. Oh, of all the horror, being a mobster who had to order a disability gun. But as you see, my hands are still good for some things, he said, laughing morbidly. Before I kill you, I intend to cause you so much pain you're going to puke out that little bastard you're carrying. Wow, we really wanted to phrase that in like the most disgusting way possible. Ringing in my ears intensified. I prayed for the strength to survive this. Are we gonna end with her like being beaten by this guy and it like fades to black? Is that the actual ending? We only got like 4 pages left. The spot beneath my sternum cramped painfully. I couldn't think clearly with all the pain and fear. And since your husband decided not to come, afraid for his own life, I'll record our night together for him. He stroked my leg and I jerked back. Then I'll send him that brat of yours packed in a nice box. He nodded at my abdomen, smiling horribly. By the way, I didn't think. I didn't think Marcella would find his task so easy. We tried kidnapping you before, but Massimo kept you safe each time. My people caused fights in his clubs and hotels, trying to get his attention off you and bait him out. I turned most other families against him, but he just kept you under guard all the time. He raised a finger and paused. His disdainful tone was maddening. That's when I thought of Marcello. He's the best there is, ruthless and completely obedient to his father's will. And he had no idea. That spoiled, tattooed little fuck. He just did as he was ordered. Why are you dissing him? Like, in mob world, shouldn't Nacho be, like, very highly regarded? He's a skilled assassin. He's the son of a fellow mob boss. Wouldn't he be, like, respected? Like, even feared? He's an accomplished hitman. Why is he catching disrespect? Massimo will find you, you piece of shit, I growled. I sincerely doubt that. He replied with a slight smile. He will focus his fury on Marcello. He was the one who kidnapped you. Torricelli will come for him first, and then for the old man. Meanwhile, I will become the head of the Matos family as the old fart's son-in-law. I started to giggle hysterically. I couldn't help myself. The man threw his glass at the wall where it shattered into pieces. What's so funny, bitch? You're an ass. I recalled Nacho's description of Amelia's husband, Flavio. Now I remember. How could I not? His hand shot out again, slamming into my face. The swelling grew. I couldn't see with one eye now. Flavio's phone rang in his pocket. Okay, so he's married to the pregnant sister of Nacho, who apparently we're supposed to believe she doesn't know that her brother is in the mob and is an assassin. Yeah, bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit, she doesn't fucking know. Flavio's phone rang in his pocket. By the way, the only time I've ever heard the name Flavio in my life is in Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. So that's what I'm thinking of every time that name comes up. And that character is a bumbling buffoon in that game. He's like an obnoxious, stuck-up jerk who's just useless. He pulled it and took the call, listening for a while before hanging up and pushing the device back into his pocket. The situation has grown a bit more complicated, he growled. It seems your husband is here. Okay, so we're getting some kind of conflict. I mean, is the guy just going to kidnap Massimo too and like keep them both hostage to torture them and that's where we're going to end? We're doing the Taken 2 plot? My heart skipped a beat. Tears rolled down my face. I closed my eyes. He's here. He's going to save me. Why are we thinking he's capable of that? Because I am not. I smiled, but Flavio didn't notice. He was looking for something in the desk. Then I heard a loud crash at the door. Massimo barged into the room, followed by Dominic and a dozen men. Oh God, here he was, my beautiful, powerful husband. I burst into tears. The man in black looked at me, and I saw an infinite depth of fury in his eyes. He was just a few feet away, and his pain-filled black eyes were trained on my bloody face. With a wild roar, he reached for his gun and aimed it at Flavio. In that very moment, two pairs of secret doors opened and a few dozen men stormed into the room. Nacho was among them. He froze seeing the state I was in. The last person to enter was Fernando Matos. So now we literally have a Mexican standoff with like 3 dozen armed people in a tiny room, all aiming guns at each other, and a pregnant lady in the middle. This is gonna look great in the movie. Massimo Torricelli, he said calmly. The two groups were aiming guns at each other. How nice to see you've accepted my invitation. I felt someone's eyes on me. I looked around frantically. With guns held in both hands, Nacho stared at me, his eyes full of pain and despair. I knew he felt it was all his fault. Okay, what are we doing with the hitman with the heart of gold bullshit? Fucking stop it. Like, that is disgusting on a whole other level. That's when one of Matos' men put a gun to my head. Put your guns down, Fernando said, or he splatters her brains all over the wall. Massimo growled to his men. They lowered their weapons. The others followed, everyone aside from the man behind me. All security guards and retainers left the room. Security guards and retainers. Do you have lawyers in the room? What the fuck? Commanded by Fernando Matos. Nacho headed towards me, trying to keep an impassive face. He patted the man behind me on the shoulder and they swapped places. Laura, he whispered as the gun touched my temple. I'm sorry. What is this crap? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Does anyone know the show Little Mosque on the Prairie? I'm seriously thinking of jumping into movie night and just randomly playing episodes of that for a little while to unwind. It's a Canadian comedy show for those who don't know. Think like Corner Gas. It's like that level. Except it's about a mosque on in Saskatchewan that. and all the conflict and stuff. Also, it was somehow able to air in like 2002 and was very highly and widely regarded. Ran for like 7 years. Tears streaked down my face and my throat constricted. Massimo and Dominic faced Flavio and Fernando, and I wondered if this was my last day on Earth. The four men talked, rooted to their respective spots. It looked like they arrived at some kind of agreement. Then I heard my husband's calm voice. Come to me, Laura. Having understood the entire conversation, Nacho lowered his gun. Barely able to walk, I staggered to Massimo. When the Spaniard jumped to help me, Massimo's jaw clenched. Don't you touch her, you bastard, he growled, sending Marcello a withering stare. Nacho released me and took a step back. Before I reached the man in black, I heard a commotion. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Flavio pull out a gun, aim it at Fernando Matos, and shoot the man dead. Oh, so we have the other side betraying themselves. Another shot reverberated through the room at the same moment. I saw Flavio crumple to the floor, and then my husband pull me behind himself, reaching out a hand and aiming his own gun at Nacho. Nacho, who had just shot his future brother-in-law after the man had killed his father. Okay, so they're both dead. I stayed behind Massimo, feeling the adrenaline in my veins subside. My knees weaken. I was safe now. Two people just got shot in front of you, and you're still in the room. And it's entirely possible that the trained assassin may blame you and your idiot husband for getting his father and uncle murdered right now. He might just blow you both away. I was safe now. I was saved, and I didn't have to fight anymore. When the fuck did you fight? I slid to the ground. Massimo spun towards me and took me in his arms, leaving Dominic and Nacho to themselves. Then I heard one last shot. I felt something hitting me and a wave of heat spilling across my body. I couldn't breathe. Massimo's face was becoming blurry. My muscles all weakened, and I slid the rest of the way to the floor. My husband's face screwed up in a grimace of terror. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear him. Did she get shot? His lips were moving, and he lifted a bloodied hand to his face. Or was it him? Somebody got shot. His eyelids grew so heavy. My eyelids grew so heavy. I was drained, exhausted, blissful. Did my husband kiss me? Was he shouting now? It's definitely her. She got like shot or something. The silence around me became complete, and nothing remained. I closed my eyes. Massimo, what do you bet? There's gonna be like haunting like piano music at this point in the book with like harps or something. Massimo. Dominic's voice brought me violently back to reality. I can't wait any longer. His voice was calm and measured, but it felt like a scream. I turned from the window behind which a group of doctors were looking at me expectantly. What did I say? What did I say? We're gonna end in a hospital with her, like... Save them both, I hissed through clenched teeth. Okay, so we have we can save her or the baby, but not both situation. Did he shoot her in the stomach? My teeth clenched, shaking with fury and fighting not to cry. You just woke up. You don't know what's going on. Both, or I kill every last one of you. Oh, so this is... apparently this is her talking, even though she just woke up and doesn't know what's going on. And also, where is her husband? Shouldn't he be the one threatening to kill everyone? My bloody hands reached for my belt to grab my gun, but my brother stopped me. Wait. Oh, apparently this is Massimo. What is going on? Who is talking? Have we changed points of view? The entire series at this point has been told from Laura's point of view. Is she dead and like he's also shot? Is that what's going? Or they're both shot? I don't know what's happening. Because it started by saying Massimo. So Dominic is talking to Massimo. He's telling him they can't wait any longer. So I guess it is. I'm guessing it's Massimo that is saying, "Save them both, or I kill everybody." I guess it is him. Because he says I reached for my belt to grab my gun, but my brother stopped me. So this has to be from suddenly, literally on the last goddamn page. Literally the last page. We have switched to Massimo narrating. Laura has been narrating up till now. So now he's narrating. Is that supposed to make us think she's dead? Not if he's saying, like, save them both or I kill everybody. Brother, he whispered, tears rolling down his cheeks. This has been going on for too long. They can't save both Laura and the child. We don't have any more time. I raised a hand silencing him and dropped to my knees, hiding my face in my hands. Would I be able to raise my son without her? Would I be able to live without her myself? My child, a part of me, my heir and successor. Millions of thoughts flittered through my mind, but none of them brought any measure of solace. I lifted my eyes and took a deep breath. Save. ... That's what we end on. That's what we end on. We end on, apparently he's not shot, he's just going crazy. So we're ending on, theoretically, him having to choose between his wife and his child. We know they're both going to be fine. But he basically just said that he's choosing the child over his wife. End of book, by the way. Let's just officially say that. End of book. Also, Sarah is right. The baby cannot survive outside the womb at this point. It's not viable on its own. That's a fact. So are we going to pull the, using the brain dead woman as a human incubator like they did in, what state was that quite recently? Like, is that the choice? Like, again, this makes no sense, and it's never going to. But the big cliffhanger is him saying the word save, and he's got to choose between them. So we're supposed to be going, oh my God, will he save the baby, or will he let the child die to save Laura? Will he, I guess, let her, I don't know, be used as a human incubator until she has a C-section and then take her off life support? I don't know. The author didn't think this through. She just threw a bunch of garbage at the screen. And also, who shot Laura? Was it Nacho? Did he shoot her? If it was him, why didn't we have that? I'm gonna say Nacho shot Laura in the stomach and then Massimo executed him. Why did we not see this? Is it because the author doesn't know if she wants to bring the character of Nacho into the third book? He's on the cover. He's on the cover. You know what? I'm getting the book. You know what we can do? Because I always do this. I almost forgot, but this is tradition. We have to follow tradition. We got one more thing to read tonight. Hold on. And we still have ducks and chips available. My last shout out. I really don't know what I'm going to do with the chips. I know it's over. It's over, but we got one more. We got one left. No, I shouldn't think anything through. But this clearly is Nacho. There's no denying it. The green eyes, the colorful tattoos. This is Nacho. So he's the guy on the cover of the third book. So I'm assuming he's very central to it. As what? The guy who's now going to blame Massimo and Laura for his family being killed. So now he's going to spend this book going after them. You know, he's the big bad of the third book that they have to run from. But for funsies, since we have now finished the second book, let's read the back cover of the third one, which, look how short this is, by the way. And also, the author's blurb is getting bigger on the back of every book. It keeps getting bigger, and the blurb about the book keeps getting shorter. So I haven't read the back of this yet. This is cold, so let's see. Starts with the 365 Days series, the global phenomenon. A USA Today best-selling information behind the hit Netflix films. Okay, so this came out after the Netflix shenanigans. Continues as it follows the sizzling story of Laura and Massimo. Oh, what a shock, she lives. As the wife of Don Massimo Torricelli, one of the most dangerous mafia bosses in Sicily, Laura feels like her life is a roller coaster. She's often at risk, the potential target of Massimo's unscrupulous enemies, who will stop at nothing to destroy the powerful man. When Laura is seriously injured in an attack, pregnant and fighting to survive, Massimo faces the toughest decision of his life. What will his life be without Laura? Will he be able to raise their child alone? What will the fate of his family be, and whose own 365 days might come to a close? They literally just repeated the last page. They literally just fucking repeated the last page of this book. That is the blurb on the back of the next book. It's the last page of this book. They just fucking repeated it. And it also, I will point out, unless she is about to be in a coma for 4 months, it ain't been 365 days for anybody. They haven't been together that long. At most, they have been together for 5 months, 2 of which she spent somewhere else. And there are multiple groups of weeks in between that he was away from her. So this tells us nothing, but that's fine. But what the actual fuck? And why does the author think we have any difficulty believing that he would sacrifice his wife for his child? That has been his entire attitude since he got her pregnant. It's about him having an heir, it's about him having a boy. She is a means to an end. She's a walking incubator, and that's it. Like, there is no chance in hell he would ever say, you know, abort the baby to save her life. We can always have more children later. That's not going to happen. Ever. How many mafia bosses are in Sicily? I thought the Torricelli owned Sicily more or less. Yes, also Cerebellum with the good point. Yes, that is what he says in the first book, that his family controls basically all of Sicily, all of England, and they are very powerful in other countries around the world. Like, he says, like, China, America, Australia, he lists, like, all these other countries that they, I guess, have, like, satellite groups of the mob in that he controls. He's supposed to be big and bad. I mean, this is saying he's very powerful and very dangerous. I get that he's dangerous, but I haven't seen him be powerful. That's what we haven't seen. At best, he seems, at this point, because she also said, this guy, the Matos guy, oh, his house on that's built into a cliff and hangs over the ocean is so much bigger than Massimo's mansion that I thought was huge. Well, now I guess I know he's not that rich or powerful of a mob boss, because look at this guy. Look at his crib. Like, what? So I'm starting to think she married, like, a middle-level mobster who's not actually that powerful or respected. Oh my god, the movie of this is gonna be such hot garbage. Like, also, what do you bet the scene of her getting beaten, if they even show it? What do you bet at best there's, like, one tiny trickle of blood from a fake split lip, and that's it? They won't make it any bloodier than that. Like, the first movie didn't even have any blood in it. So there's that. Now, granted, when you start getting into, like, blood effects and stuff, there are censorship concerns, because the censors do draw a line somewhere. I know multiple movies that have said, if, on the commentaries it was said, like, we had to dial back the blood here. Or the other thing you can do is, if you have blood that is not the color of blood, that works. This is why alien movies can be horrifically bloody as long as the blood is green, because the censorship doesn't care about that. That's fine. That's up there with, like, cartoons. And then I'm being invited on another game night. Apparently Tuesday 1 PST, so I think that's 4 o'clock for me. I have to double check and make sure the time change didn't fuck that up. But yes, apparently I will be on a game night on Zeus's channel at 4 o'clock Eastern. I think it's 4 o'clock. Did the time change affect PST to EST? Did that affect that, or did they both change? I don't know. And also, no advertising in my channel. Get out. Yeah, she's just an idiot. This is true. But yeah, his level of power seems to be fluctuating, to say the least. They both change. Okay, so it is 4 o'clock. So 4 o'clock on Tuesday, assuming that for you this starts at 8, whatever, make whatever adjustment. But 4 o'clock Eastern on Tuesday, I will be doing a gaming live stream on Zeus's channel. Because he just asked me to, and I'm telling him yes. Actually, I'm not sure if it's gaming, because we do have I did send him a body cam video that I wanted to go over. Let me ask. But let's go over our final tallies, shall we? For the wrong spelling of come, we've got 5, 10, 15, 20 exactly. They spelled it wrong 20 times. They got it right 6 times. She faints. We only had 1. She nearly fainted like 8 times. She only actually fainted once. When I started the he's a rapist, I was only applying it to Massimo. We got to 6, but I'm adding 3 for Nacho. I'm adding 3 for him. So that puts that at a 9. Copies 50 Shades. I'm mentally adding to this. That's at about a 30. Time jumps. We only had 1, so not much. I gotta find some things to add to that. As for our words that we burned, which we didn't get enough to do, did I miss any burnings? I think I did. And I don't want to. So hold on. Let me flip really quickly. Yeah, because didn't he call her baby girl, or somebody called her baby girl? Oh, I'm looking. I'm like, why is it not coming up? Because I'm looking through the wrong book. They look identical, okay? I don't know. Okay, apparently he's not telling me what the stream is and is doing an evil laugh. Because I so like showing up to unexpected things and being put on the spot. That's so entirely in my character, and things that, as a neurodivergent person, I'm so cool with. Being uninformed as to what the plan is or what I'm expected to do or put up with. Yeah, that sounds like me. Did forget. It's not getting away. We gotta burn it one last time. So for the final time of this book, and of course it's Baby Girl, because what else could it be? Burn, Baby Girl, burn. We can go a little overboard. I'm going to torch the whole thing sometime this week anyway. Also, this feels appropriate. I'm completely making a mess and my boobs are covered in ash now. But that feels better. So, we made it to the end of the book. I shall now proceed to skin it, get some dinner, and yeah, I'm gonna jump in movie night and put some Little Mosque on the Prairie on for at least a couple episodes. Then I will need much, much alone time to decompress my brain. So that is the end of this day. Ugh. Way too long. Wait, how many pages is the next one? I just want to know this before saying goodnight. How many pages is this? Is it longer or shorter? I know, but I don't remember. 351. It is 50 pages shorter. So at least we have that. It's 50 pages shorter. That's good. Yay, thank you and good night. Yep. All right, so that is going to do it for book club this week. We finished the second book. We made it. We'll be screening the movie tomorrow if people show up. If not, I'll probably bump it to Wednesday. Have a happy Easter, everybody. I hope everyone's with their families and doing the big meal and egg hunt and chocolate bunnies. And, you know, there's little ones to giggle and laugh at while they run around looking for eggs in the grass and all that stuff. Hopefully the weather is good if you're planning anything outdoors or going to any kind of outdoor picnic. I know Easter's big picnic time. There's a lot of picnics. So hopefully the weather's good. Enjoy yourselves. Have a really good holiday weekend. Eat way too much chocolate. Have some for me. And I will see everybody next week when we will start the final book of this atrocious series and make our way through it. I may or may not have the burn video done. We'll see how busy I get. But it will be coming. It will be good. I'm going to make it extra special. I don't know how, but I'm going to. I feel like I should get some sparklers and tape it to the bowl while it burns. Can add torches to our cauldron, like the Olympic torch. I do have to order the Skittles drink mix. I'm sure a pack of sparklers is like 99 cents. So we could do. We could do. I might actually do that. I haven't played with sparklers in so long. It's a demented fucking idea, but I might do it. I need something after this, especially after his lying or not. We still don't know. Lying or not about raping her in her sleep. I need something. Right now I need a cupcake and a roasted chicken sandwich. But have a good weekend, everyone. Have a good Easter. Love yourself. Love a fur baby. I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Take care of yourself. And I will see you next week. Bye-bye.